What is up, people? My name is Speedy. Welcome to NotSoSpeedRuns, and we are here with Blades in the Dark 6 and 20, our season finale. I am joined, as always, by my fantastic cast and crew. Some of them dressed up a bit more than usual. Some of them significantly more monochrome. That's how you know this finale is going to be amazing. So, let's go ahead and start things off just like we always do by going around to our cast, starting with Trendane.
I was washing money earlier, so not laundering money. I was washing coins because they were gross and sticky, and I have a 10-pence piece. Woo! I also have a lot of Canadian money that I didn't realize was mixed in with my American money because I'm international like that. Anyway, I'm Tren, and I'm playing Hocus, the Whisper, who is kind of a ghost tingler thing person, and I'm about to, as the kids say, drop it like it's hot, which means that it's going to be coming down to you. Just be ready. And Madam Gandalf.
Hi. So you may notice I look a little different today. I am Ari. I play Ari. I am Madam Gandalf. I don't really know what to say other than thank you, PG Tips, for always keeping us well hydrated during our lovely show here that is totally not against your branding of wholesome tea at all. Thank you. 100 bags, guys. 100 bags. They'll all be gone by the end of today.
Let's say 10p.
And on to... This way? Yes. Owlbare.
Thank you. I'm tweeting. That's the story of my life. Hi, guys. I'm Joff. I play Grin. You may know me as Owlbare on Twitter and maybe here on Twitch. Maybe a little. I'm really warm. This isn't going to last long. I'm not wearing pants. Lulu?
Hello.
You missed a part, Joff.
Who are you playing today? Why are you dressed like this?
I'm dressed like Grin. I'm Grin. Hi.
When you said Owlbare, you didn't do the rest of it.
Come on, we have to do it all together.
Yeah.
That's Owlbare. Bear as in, not as in. Okay. Lulu.
Hello, I'm Lulu. As you can see, I am for once not dressed up tonight. This is how I normally look. I'm pleased to be able to share my true self with you all today. You may know me from Twitch and also from Twitter and from everywhere because I'm everywhere and everything is great. Yes, I'm playing Sling today, who is a teenage young sharpshooter with a bit of a drug problem and a bit of an everything problem. She's got problems. She's a problematic child. And today she's hoping to kill some people and set some things on fire, and I cannot wait.
Excellent. And I am Speedy, your host here, and I am playing, as always, Sky, the questionable, or really not questionable, just totally pretty much evil leader of 6 and 20 Phantom, a smuggling crew who's now out for more than just stealing some drugs and seems to want revenge on the city as a whole. And we've got some plans to take it on tonight. So with that, I'll turn things over.
Quickly, I forgot to say something. I forgot to say some really important things. I have a goat today that's definitely a goat. There he is. And I also have a goat who's definitely a dire pug, and he's also here. And we're going to be playing together. Thank you very much. Back to you, Johnny.
Excellent. Oh, also, we have a Blades in the Dark giveaway going on right now, guys. If you want to win a copy of this amazing game that we're playing, !Blades in chat will bring up the link, and you can enter to win. It'll be cool. But now, Johnny, talk about the game that we're going to be playing today.
I just got somebody at my door.
Okay, I can stall.
Plugged the last night for the contest, so.
Right. Yeah. So tonight is going to be the last night for the contest. Tomorrow night is when we are going to be announcing the winner. Going over onto Johnny's channel, VideoStoreCowboy, where we're going to be doing something called Talks in the Dark. It's something we're going to be starting off with season 2 as well, where we're going to be just having a little bit of talk show, chatting about what went down in season 1, how this whole thing came together. Some plans that we have coming up, some announcements, including announcing the winner of the giveaway.
I hope it's me.
I hope it's me too.
I want a copy.
I want a copy of the book, please.
I love the fact that Slade's like, who's at the door? Is it a body?
Oh, look, it's Clav.
Again. After he possesses somebody. So, guys, well in advance, I'm going to apologize. I just found out that we have people coming to fix our gutters. So if it gets a little bit noisy, I will be going on mute. So I apologize about that in advance. What did I miss?
Everything. Up to this point.
Just announced that tomorrow we're doing the Talks in the Dark, and we're doing the Blades giveaway, and announcements will be then.
Also, we won the game whilst you were away.
Yeah, also,
We've won.
while you were gone, we destroyed all of Duskfallen and rode off into the sunset. So
Yeah, on the albino goat. That is now mine.
Oh
So-
yeah.
Yes, that's right. I forgot that you had a lot of desire for that albino goat.
Mhm.
Okay, so there was a lot that happened last week for you guys. I mean, there was a ton of shift in circumstances for every character at the table, and I think the most significant one, even though there was a lot of events, but the most significant one was the almost uniting of all of the characters coming together and the removal of the ghost contracts. Right, and so that whole coming together, hand holding kind of a thing where those are no longer hanging over your head and you're officially working together because you want to.
Mm-hmm.
So that, to me, that stands out as probably the most significant event that happens. Of course, then you decide to fight the bluecoats that knock on your door and subsequently burn down Donovan's. But there's nothing really significant about that, or nor to the fact that we found out the details of how Brynn became Jinx Godofur last week. Yeah, whatever. That's that. That's nothing. So where we left you guys off was Ari had set fire to Donovan's as you all are jumping into your armored carriage and basically taking off down into the circumstance that is, the back alleys of Night Market. And when that happened, the flames are burning behind you and Donovan's, and you're going down the alley. There was a carriage that actually, began to follow you guys. So we're not actually starting. We're not going to. The score is not, or the situation is not done. You guys are now being pursued. So I have some questions for you to get started. Other than the fact that I know that Sling is toting her guns and taking bluecoats out as you guys are leaving, where is everybody else in the cart or the carriage?
Who wants to drive? Also, I guess this is a question: does one person have to be outside of the carriage driving it?
Well, so let's talk about what the carriage looks like, because it's an armored carriage at this point, or what does that mean to you guys?
I can kind of see it as the person outside having to do the old horse and carriage steering. That's how I personally was imagining it, but I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah, I'd say so, but because it's an armored carriage, I almost want to say that there's a little bit more protection for that person driving as well.
Because it doesn't do any good to have an armored carriage if your driver can get shot.
Right. Our goats are also armored. Remember.
Right. So your goats do have some sort of armor protection on them as well. And what I'm hearing from you guys then is that not only is essentially the interior of the carriage, which where the rest of you I'm assuming are to some degree are, but the seat, the driver's seat, essentially the place where you drive is actually covered in some way to some degree to offer you some protection as you guys are moving forward. Okay, so that answers what does the carriage look like and how are you guys protected? But the question is, who's driving?
So
Who knows where we're going?
I think just based
Where
on
are you
how
going?
things ended up last episode, I think Hocus and I were the ones getting the carriage ready.
Mm-hmm.
So actually no. So Hocus and I ran back to get Lyra. So Grin went ahead. I imagine he would probably be driving while Sling is shooting.
I might have thrown muscles into the back and then just got on the front. And yeah, let's assume that Grin's driving.
I'm probably filing my nails inside the carriage while Grim's grinning at
Every time
muscle.
it hits a bump, you're like,
Exactly. Just start again.
It's interesting that you assume that it's muscles. Are you sure it's muscles?
Oh. No, it's some complete stranger. It's a complete stranger that Grin has never met before.
No, not at all. Right, exactly. Okay, so if Grin is driving, everybody else, so Sling has her gun and she is kind of halfway, kind of keeping an eye on things to be able to take them out at a distance. I assume the rest of you, there you go. Get comfortable, Joff. It's all good. As you guys are, the rest of you are in the carriage. Where are you heading? Because you right now the carriage is speeding down with two goats pulling it at full speed down towards the end of an alleyway that will lead you somewhere. Where are you going? Where are you trying to get to?
Having blown our lair, I think the safest place for us to go would be somewhere where Grin has connections. And considering he's driving, I imagine he would be leading us to a safe place that he knows.
Yeah.
Is that, Grin, so, well, is that something that you would do? Would you put yourself in that circumstance? Granted, there's a lot of love going on between the crew right now. Right, you guys. There's a serious amount of trust that has happened since this has all started. So you have a little bit more affection for them in that respect. That being said, take off your sweatshirt. It's all good. That being said,
You poor man.
Would you risk them, in the circumstances of taking them back to say like Kellen's or to some place where you feel you've got the control? Or would you? Okay.
It does make sense, given what Sky did by removing the contracts and what that demonstrated, and also the entire situation of unanimously abandoning Donovan's without really much communication. We just took care of that situation and piled into the carriage. Yeah, I think Grin would lead them to Kellen's.
Yeah. I think that sounds good. And we might be able to just, so as not to like lead them directly there, I feel like we could probably dodge and weave down some alleys until, we basically come to a stop and they go right past.
No, I wouldn't imagine he's a stranger to leading carriages, but the reason I'm asking all of this is because this is actually a pursuit. So there is somebody actively pursuing you at this point, which means we're going to start a progress clock for you guys to get away. So it's going to involve some rolls and some other circumstances related to you guys telling me how you're going to get away and what happens based on those results. So with all that in mind, it's going to be a 4-segment progress clock. With Grin driving, what are you doing? Are you being aggressive about this? Are you being careful about this? Is this something where there's a lot of calculation in the way that you're kicking through the streets? Because I think the initial thing for you is to get away from them, and then go to where you're going to, rather than going straight to that. That to me seems like the approach that Grin would take.
It's totally calculated, but it's a chase. It's rushed, and Grin is driving recklessly.
Okay.
But I like to think that it's with some skill, and we'll see. But that he needs to lose them first, and the moment he does that, he would switch to a more a slower pace, a more discreet pace.
Okay, so with that in mind, I mean, you actively have somebody pursuing you. So what are you guys doing? Are you going down different alleyways and just kind of circling through? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to narrate this and where chance is going to come into play for this, basically.
So, I'll leave it to you. You're driving. And Sling's shooting.
Well,
I don't
yeah.
know if you're
Sling's shooting, right? So
I'm nonchalanting.
I'm clutching the spirit file with my sister in it and just trying to make sure she
Throw it at them.
did he give it to you?
Yeah, I did.
You did? Okay. I just wanted to make sure. That wasn't clear from last time. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. So what's going on, guys? How are we doing this?
So, quick question: the people that are following us, they're in a cart, right?
Mm-hmm. They're in a
This
cart.
cart has a goat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do something that I really, really don't want to do. I don't want to do. Sling's fine with it. And I want to say, before I'd say anything else, I want to say that I am sorry. I am deeply sorry to everybody that I have let down,
Wait,
and everybody I'm about to let down.
Right? You're essentially a villain. You're a scumbag. You're a
I am
scout.
the worst, and I'm gonna shoot the goat.
Okay. All right. So pursuit has begun. You guys are moving down the alley. Sling realizes that something is, I guess, the pursuit is happening, and you just take aim and shoot at the goat.
Yeah. So I'm imagining if their goat dies, then it's not going to be able to follow us anymore.
Or pull their card.
Yeah. So that's my plan.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a bad plan.
It's a decent plan.
It's just
Yeah,
an evil plan.
It's a very evil but decent plan.
Okay. So Sling.
Do goats have spirits?
I almost hope not, because I'll be even more sad.
I don't know. Hocus, do goats have spirits? I mean, you seem to be the they do. Okay. All right.
Every living thing does. Plants do everything.
I am literally never, ever, ever, ever going to live this down.
Nope. All right. So
You have no idea how torn up inside I am right now.
I want to remind you do have a crit fail to use.
I can choose
Oh
when
my
to use
gosh.
it.
you also have a crit success to use. As you guys can see in the Zoom chat there, the listing for all of your benefits are right there. So.
And I will choose how to use them. And I will
course.
not fail on this coach. I want to put it down humanely.
All right. So you're
Just shoot
taking
his
shot at-
kneecap.
So can I make a roll?
I think you're going to make some sort of action roll, probably.
Can it be finesse? Because we talked about it off camera quite a while ago about what role a gun would be, and we said that it was going to be finesse and hunt. I think was what we decided.
Yeah, finesse or hunt, and you can totally use finesse if you want.
I will. Thank you very much. What's in my position?
Risky, bordering on desperate. I think it's just on this side of risky because you don't know who's actually following you. But you know that you're under threat.
But we know it's the
However,
blue coats, right?
You did not see. They're far enough back that you can't see.
That's
And
true.
besides, because the goat is so big, I mean, we're talking 8 to 10 feet tall. Just from hoof to head, it's kind of hard to see around a goat. But you do see them. You do see something following you. Can anybody think of a reason why it's a desperate roll?
If Sling's, I mean, she's a markswoman, but Grin is driving like a maniac, and the streets aren't exactly smooth.
Okay.
It's a really tricky shot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I agree.
I like that.
Risky for that, yeah.
Wait, you agree with risky or desperate?
Oh, I think risky because I think the fact that she's such a skilled marksman would make it controlled normally.
Okay.
The fact that we're on this, well, actually no. If it would probably still be risky normally. Let's go desperate.
I think it's risky. I think it's risky one to be in a moving vehicle or a moving carriage or be moving while you're trying to take a shot. That's something that's moving, right? So that seems like there's a high risk there. The desperate part comes in the fact that Grin is actually, trying to escape and is driving like a madman. So I honestly think it's desperate,
Okay.
given that circumstance. So, which works out for you regardless, because that's that's a point of XP right there for you for
Yay.
prowess.
Assuming Sling lives.
Assuming I live, and who knows? What is the effect?
Standard bordering on great. Again, circumstances are you guys are being chased. I mean, the least you're doing is stopping yourself, or stopping the goat, or deferring, delaying the goat in some way so that pursuit can't continue.
Mm-hmm.
Great being the circumstance that maybe you take out the driver instead. When you make the shot so well, it misses the goats.
I'd be so happy if that happens.
But it hits the driver.
I also do want to say Slade just donated $5 and said, "Hi, this is the goat you just shot. Crit success to Sling."
Oh, wow. Do you want to use that?
Firstly, thank you very much.
Slade, you're an enabler.
It's definitely a success this time, right? Because remember what happened last time? Is it definitely a success?
This is definitely a success.
Okay.
Again, let's decide the position, or sorry, let's decide the effect, and then based on the effect, you can really make the judgment. If it's great, I think the circumstances do lend itself such that the shot is so good that you aim between the legs of the goat as it's running, and it hits the driver.
I was where you're going. I was like, hang on.
You saved the goats inadvertently.
I saved
Is
the
that what
goat.
you're going to do?
Oh, I want to save the goat. Yeah, I'm going to save the goat.
All right. So Sling takes aim out of the back at the pursuing vehicle, aims through the legs as the goat is mid gallop, and shoots the driver. And the driver basically drops back as the goat continues to pursue, but looking more and more out of control. As Grin makes the first turn, he is able to kind of get around the corner and then again go around another corner in a direction that allows him to kind of get out of sight of that initial. So because of the crit success, and because it was a desperate roll, and because it was a great effect, I'm going to advance the segments of the clock 3. Right? So
Yes.
you are almost out of harm's way. But so you're still in night market though. There's still some activity going on because the alarms are starting to go off now as people begin to realize that there is a fire at Donovan's, and the fire brigade is being roused, and people are running to grab the carts that carry the water to bring to Donovan's. So there's a bit of activity, and you're trying to get through that activity, so it's a little bit difficult for you to get. Now you're still in night market at this point, Grin. Which direction are you heading?
I'm
So I'm going to bring the map back up so you can tell me.
I think I'm heading to Char Hollow via Coleridge.
You think you're heading to Char Hollow via Coleridge? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So are you going to take the main, basically, pathways to the bridge that connects Night Market to Coleridge? Or are you just going to try to sneak up and do it at the last second? I mean, are you still actively pushing, or are you going to slow down once you realize you've lost the initial?
Oh, yeah. The moment I know that I've lost them, I'm slowing this carriage down. I'm still not going to go in a direct line. I will have to take the bridges, but I'm doing a lot of weaving. I'm completely nonchalant, minding our own business.
Okay. All right. Can you ping to me which map which bridge you want to use when you're heading to Coleridge? Because there are 2.
We are going via. Oh, how do I ping?
Click and
You
hold.
just press and hold. Okay. All right.
Good choice.
Yes. Very good choice. So, and I think Trent knows exactly what I was asking about.
too.
So as you begin to make your way towards that bridge, you begin to cross it. you see an incredibly bright light coming off to the right-hand side. As you kind of look back in the distance, you see a large amount of flame coming off. And when you look at it, in the relative position kind of implies that it is this bridge here that has just ignited in flames. And all of the boats, the gondoliers, and there's a couple other longboats with a bunch of, essentially rowers moving along the waters there right around here, immediately begin to head in the direction of this bridge to help out, because that bridge is now on fire.
Okay.
And as all that is going on, there are more calls for the fire brigade. There's more bells going off, just sheer panic. You are able to cross this bridge. Now, you still have one segment left. So there's another role involved here to get you to that point in Char Hollow. How are you going to navigate yourself from Coal Ridge to Char Hollow? Because it's not a direct path.
Right. The next bridge I'm going to take from Coal Ridge is going to go to Charter Hall. So
Okay.
I'm kind of heading around the trouble, heading to Charter Hall, and I'm currently I'm heading for that bridge. Now, that's not to say I'm staying on the main thoroughfares. As and when I can, I will take any of these, smaller streets, smaller thoroughfares, smaller alleys, and I'm playing it cool.
Okay. So if you're playing it cool, an armored carriage going through Charter Hall, it would attract some level of attention. So
which is why I figure not to be on the main thoroughfare where the most people can see us. It would hopefully be better to try and do some of the smaller streets.
Well,
okay.
Actually, I think that the actually, never mind. Never mind. Carry on. I'll be right back.
Thanks.
The day for door knocks, right?
Well, it's probably another body being dropped off.
There's a lot to go around.
It keeps happening to us. We really need to sort out our mailing system.
Right.
We need to get a PO box.
We need to get a PO box.
So ever since Hocus lost his job as a it's a huge problem.
Right. Speaking of Hocus, while we're doing this and going through, Hocus is inside the cart, and he's going to attune just a bit and look at Muscles and see is this I mean, he knows sort of from having heard probably of Muscles from Moon and or Sky that this guy's lost a lot of weight, and it's a little odd to him, so he's just giving him the once over with the ghost vision to see if he's just been malnourished or if there's something in him that is feasting on him.
Well, geez, Hocus, that's a really, really interesting question. I have to wonder what really is going on there. Maybe you should attune for that.
I think I should. I think maybe I should. I mean, I
While
am somewhat familiar with the process. While he's doing what?
While he's doing that, yeah, while he's doing that, Ari's just gonna like poke him a couple of times with her nail file. It's like, is he even alive?
Yes, he is alive. As you poke him, he does make some sort of a noise, a little grunt. And to you, Ari, physically, you notice that he is just really emaciated. That he is not, his pallor is such that of somebody who hasn't seen a lot of.
Someone needs to get that boy a sandwich.
That does not sound healthy, sir.
Someone needs to get that boy a
A lot of
sandwich.
fresh air, essentially.
So I'm thinking controlled, bordering on risky.
I think it's a controlled situation since you're out of immediate danger and you're in the back of a secured carriage.
All right. Get back to standard.
Sure, because you might pick up on something that's not necessarily directly related to him.
Okay. And bonus dice.
You're great with ghosts.
Well, does he want to push himself, or does he want to take a devil's bargain?
Because I love those devil's bargains.
Oh, I know you do.
They worked out really well.
I have. What are you talking about?
No, I'm okay.
All right. Sounds good. Ah, nice crit.
That's crit. That's a crit.
That'll be my only one.
It's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. So you slip into the ghost field just enough to be able to get a real look at the condition not only of his body and soul, but if anything else is attached to him. No, he really is just emaciated, and he is just he is malnourished. But what you notice about his soul is that, and you know this from experience of dealing with people when you slip into the ghost field, their circumstances determine the strength or the power or the vibrancy of their essentially their aura or their soul inside of their body, and his is slipping away. Like the physical hold that his body has on his spirit is held there almost by a thread. It's just so tenuous. And so you realize that that if this is the person that, has been described as muscles, this simple person who is, incredibly easygoing and happy and very easy to his brightness, the simpleness that brought him happiness, that brightness is really diminishing. So, you don't know what that means for him if his soul, kind of.
Also, I'm in the back seat. Can we do away with the person who was described as Muscles thing? Do I recognize him as Muscles?
Barely.
Okay.
It is so because Muscles was somebody who was an incredibly healthy, basically brute. Mm-hmm. This person is so emaciated that the skin hangs on him. Right, it's been long enough so that his malnutrition and his inability. And like I described him before, there were bands on his arms that indicated that he was hung. He was hung by his arms. He was held up, so he can't physically hold himself up. He has no physical strength anymore. So name only. You're barely capable of recognizing because he's so changed. Mm-hmm. So with that crit though, you look at him and you realize that it is a situation that is tenuous and being held by a thread. As you kind of look around you and just kind of take in the rest, the vial the spirit bottle that contains Sky's sister is burning bright and vibrant as if anger. There is a lot of anger about being trapped in there, and it's coming off, and you can hear her voice just screaming, from that bottle. The rest of the bottles that you took with you, including the one with Moon, are also screaming. They're also just incredibly intense, as if agitated in some way, as if the circumstances of the situation has just, enraged them. Mm-hmm. So, that is your attunement.
Lovely.
All right, so you are currently making your way through Charter Hall on your way to Char Hollow. As you were doing that, there appears to be an increased presence of bluecoats on the streets. Not only because Charter Hall is the seat of government, but also there appears to be some disturbances in the Night Market area and the bridge between Night Market and Six Towers. How are you going to proceed from here?
Quick question. Could we just stop? Because we do have the perk for our crew that as soon as our cart is stopped, it blends in perfectly with its surroundings.
That's perfectly acceptable too.
Let's do that.
I like that.
Yeah, I think Grin would be leveraging that so that if he sees anything or anyone, he's stopped. I'd still like to get to Callan's, but if I'm making frequent stops, that might help.
Right.
As patrols move by, we stop.
Yeah.
wait,
Yeah.
pass and move.
Basically coasting, like, okay, go.
Stop.
Okay, so you do that for probably a good period of time, probably another hour.
Takes us ages.
Well, it does. Right. You're being very careful and you're very systematic about it. And right. And Grin is doing a very good job of just going from place to location to location and taking care of that. But as you approach the bridge, you realize that there has been a checkpoint set up by the Bluecoats now, and they are checking every carriage going between.
I can disguise everyone.
Let's all get disguised right now.
Makeup.
Well, technically, Sling is already disguised,
I'm
right?
already disguised. They don't know who I
And
am.
I believe that Ari was also already disguised at that point.
I'm already
Yeah.
disguised as
Can
well.
the rest of you just go invisible and we'll be in
We're gonna have a hard time disguising muscles.
Yeah.
We're on our way to his funeral.
Wait, if we put like you could always do that whole thing of like putting the sunglasses on, the hat on, and like stumping him over, so it just
Is
looks
it
like
a weekend at Bernie's muscles? No.
For one, he would have to be dead. 2, he probably wouldn't survive putting sunglasses on him. So that would,
Weekend at Muscles.
Or as soon as they look in, I could powder them to make it them and persuade them that everything looks fine.
Well, you seem to be the face, like the face of the group, the crew. I could see a circumstance, and I'm going to make this suggestion, so just to kind of move things along a little bit, where you would actually be in the seated next to Grin, to be able to sweet talk them essentially.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's get some sweet talk. And
Let do
I
that.
can put my gun away. I have no guns.
I'm just gonna do that whole like, this is not the carriage you're looking for.
Okay.
You may go about your business.
Right. So when they stop you guys, as you finally get to when they stop the carriage, as you finally get to the crossing point and you get to the checkpoint, they ask you your business. What's your business in Char Hollow?
Oh, we're just simply trying to get to the other end of town. You know how it goes. You need a carriage. I don't want to waste these heels on a bit of cobble.
It's a pretty armored carriage for a woman and her driver. What are you carrying back there?
Mostly just clothes, if I'm honest, and jewelry, of course, but it's all worth a lot, and I'd hate to think that the rabble of the town might overwhelm me just for a few mere pennies.
Looks at you kind of strangely. Says, "That seems like an odd choice to move into Char Hollow with. Why? Why are you taking all of this gear with you or why all these clothing, these sundries with you to Char Hollow?"
I have to admit, I have just left my husband, and I need to get out of town and just into a space that isn't his anymore. And I don't know what I'm going to do if I have to be in that house any longer. So I took what I can, and now I just need peace. Okay, I just need peace. So I grabbed what I could, and I have to admit I took his carriage too. But could you please be kind to a poor woman who's just trying to get out of this pressure-filled house?
Okay, so how are you going to entice him, or how are you going to do this? Are you going to sway him? Are you going to what?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna use sway.
All right, sounds good. So go ahead and do that, and then the position I think is risky. I don't think this is a desperate situation, but I don't think this is a controlled situation either.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's just enough concern there.
And the effect? Standard?
I would think so, unless anybody has any other opinions.
Sounds good to me.
Standard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And are you going to take any bonus die?
I think the bonus for that Oscar-winning speech, 100%.
Okay, absolutely. You get plus one die for the Oscar-winning performance.
Yay. Sorry. Okay. Ooh, there's at least a 6 in there.
That's a 6.
That's a 6. So as you begin your sob story, he gets a little bit of emotional. the guy that you're talking to, he starts to tear up. My wife just left me. I'm sorry for your circumstance. You may let her through. And
Thank you, kind sir. From one divorcee to another, I feel your pain.
What if that was your husband? My wife just left me too. You look a lot like her, actually.
Like, oh my gosh.
And I have a cart just like this.
Interesting.
With goats.
so with that, you now find yourself advancing the progress clock of the pursuit all the way, and you make it to Char Hollow. So tell me about where exactly you're going. Are you going to Kellen's, or are you going to some other hideout, a spot of rest that Grin would know about?
I'm not going directly to Kellen's. I'm actually probably going to a place down the street. I know someone that fixes wagons. They have space for several wagons, and I know that would be probably a good place that I could at least leave it in trusted hands.
Okay. All right, so we'll call that the end of this circumstance. And as we talked about at the end of shows last week, this is going to count as a score because there were so many complicated events that happened. I mean, let's not forget the fact that Grin killed 6 guys just out of hand. Nothing at all.
Wasn't doing anything else right then.
Yeah.
So, all right, we're going to go straight into downtime. Now, since this was a score, let's talk payoff and reputation. You get 2 by default.
Reputation?
What else is... Yeah, 2 by default.
All right,
so
we advanced. We have a stronghold now. Believe it or not.
Where?
Wait, you have a... Wait, I'm sorry. Can you...
Our hold went from weak to strong because our rep bar filled up entirely.
Right, as a faction. Okay, excellent. Right, so that's 2 by default, but there are other circumstances that could give you more reputation, right? So you guys did take on the Bluecoats, who are, as of this time, and I'm double checking it right now, they're
tier 40, and we just took them down to tier 3. So
Yeah, we...
Yeah, that really does sound about
That
right.
sounds like-
he agreed. You heard him. He agreed.
That's a yes. That's a yes from Johnny.
That was
I'm
a
sorry.
yes.
If you think that was a yes, you're... What was that? So no, they are a tier 2.
Oh. They're weak.
Now they're a tier 2 because of us.
Yeah.
Are they now?
So that gives us another 1.
That gives you another 1 reputation
Mm-hmm.
to start off with. All right, and from there, we go into payout.
Can we get more rep for dealing with more than one faction above our station?
Because what was the second one?
Well, I don't know if Northhook was involved or not because you didn't tell us, but if they were...
What do you mean?
Well, if they were some of the people pursuing us.
Oh, no. They were Bluecoats.
Okay. Fine.
They were Bluecoats. Just to be clear, they were Bluecoats. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I was wrong. Looking at my notes, they are actually tier 3.
Okay.
So that's 2
Now they're
additional...
tier 0. They are no more in the city.
Yeah, right. Because you just like circumvented a bunch of them, between Charter Hall and Char Hollow. Yeah, that.
I mean, I was taking some shots. I think they're all dead.
And I
Sling
think this guy,
says they're all dead.
the last one.
If Sling says they're all dead, then
They're all dead.
they're
So
all dead.
Sling has never lied about anything in her life.
that's true.
And the last
Never.
point, he's so depressed now. He just jumped into the water.
Yeah, she throws her guns into the sea because she doesn't need them anymore. They're all dead.
Anyways,
so.
let's keep things on track because
Right,
we're going to be
yeah.
going over time probably. So what's next?
We're
Coin
never at
heap?
risk of that. So coin. Let's talk about coin. How big of a job do you think this was, guys?
I think it's pretty big. Based on the amount of blue coats that we've destroyed and the fact that we set fire to our own base, I think it was a pretty big thing.
I was about to say we didn't set. Well, we did. Okay, never mind. Ari said it.
So let's talk about the significant events of this circumstance when the Bluecoats entered. Right, Ari was able to use her trans powder and manipulate the situation to get 2 Bluecoats to kill 2 more Bluecoats and the captain.
Mm-hmm.
Then there were the 6 Bluecoats that Grin took on in his Jinx Godoffer moment.
There was the 2 that I killed with
There was
one shot.
the 2 that you killed with the one shot. as you were leaving, there was the fact that Ari set fire to to Donovan's in order to hide your tracks. Then there is not only the excellent shot by Sling, thanks to Slade for that crit, success of killing the driver and not the goat. But there's also the fact that you were able to sweet talk through yourself through a checkpoint, and now find yourself relatively scot-free. There's going to be a lot of heat from that, but you're relatively unscathed for the most part, physically and emotionally. So. Mm-hmm. To me, that sounds like at least a standard job, which is 6 coin. I could also see an argument for it being a big score, given all of the events of that. So, what do you guys think?
If you want to throw in the fact that we got all those spirit bottles as well, I would say that might bump it up to a big score.
Yeah. Okay, I agree. I think that's totally a big score, and I think it's now 8. So you get 8 coins.
Right.
And immediately spend them on taking all the heat off.
Coin is full right now. My coin is full right now. So you guys want to?
I'll take some coin.
Yeah, I could use some extra cash.
Use a little bit of cash.
This came up last night with the Shroud crew. Now, each time we upgrade, we each have personal stash, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have more than just the 4 coin that's listed there.
Mm-hmm. So can somebody do me a favor and go refresh themselves on those rules and remind everybody what that is while we deal with heat and entanglements? Okay, so this is where this gets interesting. There was a lot of circumstances where you guys were exposed from an identity perspective, right? Because the Bluecoats were there. Mm-hmm. It was obvious that the captain of the Bluecoats that had given you the score that you were supposed to go complete was coming back to talk to you and have essentially engage you. So they knew who you were. They knew what they were there for. They had a reason for being there. And they brought you muscles, right? So given that, and the fact that there was a devastating fire to Donovan's, there was the pursuit, at least out of Night Market. To me, that sounds like it's pretty damn high exposure, if not bordering on wild, devastating exposure for the crew /Phantom. Phantom / Donovan's.
I would say not quite devastating, if only because everyone who actually saw our faces while there died.
Okay.
And those who knew our faces from before, actually, they didn't know my face from before because the last time they met with me, I was in a disguise.
I was in disguise as well.
They arguably still don't know what Sky actually looks like.
And as well, a point that was brought up in chat actually last week, that there's a lot of bodies now burnt in Donovan's, potential that it looks like we died in the fire.
Right, and so there is that circumstance as well. However, I will point out that you guys were not careful in hiding who you were and what you were doing as you were walking in and out of Donovan's prior to the circumstances of it burning. So not only were you guys recognized by Nyx's Rook network at some point, there are other people there that will know who and what you are without you. I mean, Sling, the circumstance of there being a Taikarosi woman who's frequenting Donovan's had a significant impact on Nyx's ability to track down who you really were. So,
but Sling doesn't look like that at the moment.
No, you're absolutely right. But there's that past circumstance that you guys were passing in and out of there. So this is at least 4 heat just on the base, potentially 6, and I can see it going both ways. And I think it sounds like Trendane is agreeing with me, and I think that Speedy and Louise are saying that it's not as significant as that. What does Joff and Alex think?
We've leveraged our neighbors before. We're aware of other merchants in that section of Night Market. It's fair to say they know Donovan's. They know the people that come in and out. Mm-hmm. They know of Sky. So there's dozens of merchants that can give pretty solid descriptions of each
I would
of them.
say that I know that at least Ari and Sling are in disguise
Yeah.
currently.
Well, so right,
And-
but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. So just that's all I have to say really is Ari and Sling are currently in disguise, and a lot of the time when Ari has gone out, I have been like disguising myself beforehand.
Okay.
So I think Ari might be a little bit more elusive, but at the same time, she has been, like you said, the face for a lot of things, just for kind of poking her head out and being like, "Hey, hi, what are you doing here?" And
PG
yeah.
tips.
Right, and then walking into bars going like, "Does anyone remember laughter?" Like drawing attention to herself. So I would also understand the other way when it comes to Ari, but Sling currently is in disguise.
Yeah. So, but it's the historical events that have happened, and not necessarily the current circumstance, right?
Right.
So
Okay.
because Donovan is gone, because it is no longer there, there is going to be a significant amount of impact that is imparted on that and the occupants of that, especially given that even if everybody that's seen your faces is now dead inside of there, and that could be interpreted as you all died. Bluecoats did know that there are some circumstance still of this situation still going on,
And they would have had reports.
Yeah.
So
One other thing that might come into play is the fact that the Shroud was posing as members of Donovan's, so they could potentially take on some of that heat as they're looking for, the boat or the cart that had Donovan's signs plastered all over it, or the warehouse that they were hiding in.
well, actually, I think that also could have an effect negative towards you guys, because while Donovan's did burn down, your main place of business was in Night Market, so people were aware of you there. But now people are aware of you, even if it's just the Crows. And granted, the leadership of the Crows just died last night, but the Crows are still aware that Donovan's was operating out of Crow's Foot.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a reasonable amount of doubt that those circumstances could imply that you escaped. So
that's fair. I'm fine with. Yeah.
How about we just cut this down the middle and say instead of the most devastating is 6, high exposure is 4. Let's call it 5.
Sure.
Because that way it's just we split it down the middle kind of a thing. So let's talk about additional heat. High profile connected target. I wouldn't say the Bluecoats are necessarily connected, but there was a captain involved. But I'm definitely gonna. I'm going to let it, to me, I think it's okay to say let it go, because Bluecoats are kind of like a dime a dozen, are very common. So that's not really a high profile or connected target. So no additional heat there to me. If you guys have any other circumstance, sure. This one I want to have a conversation with you guys though, because this is interesting. Additional +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. Now, technically, Donovan's was in Shroud territory, on Shroud turf.
Oh.
They actually claimed that the couple of blocks surrounding where Donovan's was.
But what about the actual ownership of Donovan's itself?
Yeah.
No, the owner. No, this guy definitely owned that. Absolutely.
Plus, as well, I believe, although they own it, technically speaking, we haven't got any. Like we don't like each other, but we don't know about them, and our kind of reputation with them isn't like on the belows.
Actually, it's not technically their turf, right? It's just their hunting ground, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what turf essentially means. It implies that it's their hunting ground. It's where they do a lot of their quote unquote business, right? It does not necessarily mean that they own that location. They just they operate there.
Got it.
So
like if we were in the Foghound's turf, I'd say yeah, but I think
right, exactly.
Yeah,
That
All
damn
right, so-
spider.
So no additional heat there for that. No additional heat because you are not at war. But given the circumstances, you are definitely going to take some heat because of all of the murder that happened.
Mm-hmm.
it's quite a bit of butter.
That too.
There's a little bit. There's a touch.
That's 2. So that is 7 heat are no, sorry, 7 heat altogether.
Yeah.
So where does that put your entanglements, or where does that put your wanted level?
7. We were at 0 before.
Okay, fair enough. So let's go ahead and roll and figure out where you guys end up in respect to entanglements. So we're going to roll 1d6. Three. This is interesting. This is the same thing that Shroud had to deal with last night. And so I'm very curious to hear how you guys are going to deal with it. One of two things you guys get to choose. Flipped. One of your contacts, patrons, clients, or group of your customers switches allegiance due to the heat on you. They are loyal to another faction now. So that's your one possible choice. Or interrogation. The Bluecoats round up one of the PCs to question them about the crew's crimes. I don't think you want this to happen. How did they manage to capture you? Pay them off 3 coin, or they beat you up with level 2 harm, and you tell them what they want to know plus 3 heat. And you can also resist the consequences if you choose the harm and heat.
Let's go with the first one.
I'm so tempted by the second. I'm like, that's story.
Yeah, that's story though, but we need no. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Well, so technically, Ari could do some serious damage that has been done previously, and you could just pay them off after that happens. So, I mean, just because the Bluecoats don't pick you up from 6 towers, and they're not, concerned about what happened in Night Market, doesn't mean that there's not a reason they don't pick you up, and you couldn't tell them some interesting story. Not like I'm giving you an opportunity to, set the Shroud up to fail next season or anything, or, whatever. So what do you want to do?
We don't have a very interesting story to tell about the Shroud because we don't know what they've actually.
We have no idea who they are.
We know where their base is.
I know a name, but I don't know he's connected to anybody.
Well, you do have a name. That's
Can we just use that? I can just be like, hey, Harry, by the way, there's this lad that I know. I really don't like him. We can do that. Can we do this? Sling is not like this man that left her this letter.
I mean, and Ari already has a couple of names as well to go along with that.
Let's do this.
And so Sling knows that Nyx and OC are indirectly related given the circumstances, right? So,
and I know OC and I know Nye.
And now you know Nyx.
And you know Nyx. That makes
put us together. And what have you got? Shroud.
Also, Cake donates $5 and says crit hit for Johnny.
No!
No!
Cake! Why would you do? Yeah, I repeat Joff's sentiments there.
So yeah, you guys are gonna go with this. We're gonna go with this.
Well, you can choose when to use it, Johnny.
I'm choosing when to use it. I'm not going to use it right now because I think I want to see what tails Ari spends for the crew. All right, so you're going to get taken by the Bluecoats then. And I assume that you're going to.
I guess I'll just walk up to one and I'll slap him across the face or something weird and.
Okay.
But I haven't technically told anybody about the letter, but I could have just mentioned his name and just been like, "Yo, by the way."
You did share the letter. I thought the contents of the letter with Sky.
Yeah,
I mentioned it to Sky at the very end. I was like, "There's a guy called Nyx. I know nothing else about him, but he's a dick."
Well, we know he's probably located in that church. And
I said he is the one that dropped the body off.
The body,
Right.
yeah.
That's enough.
Possible flashback moment.
Flashback. Hey, Ari.
That, and also I did mention to Johnny about I mentioned this last week, how there is a Bluecoat that Ari is trying to get in contact with before our blow up the end of the world thing.
Okay.
That's just a working title, by the way.
Yeah.
So it might be that the reason why Ari was amongst the Bluecoats in the first place was she was trying to get a hold of that person, ended up being too suspicious for her own good, and yeah.
Okay.
Motivation thing.
Here's what I'm going to assume, that Ari inserts herself into a circumstance where the Bluecoats are rather than being picked up. She pays them off to deal with the heat entanglement situation, and then tells them this wonderful story. And I'm looking forward to hearing Ari's wonderful story.
Oh, goodness.
There was.
If you need a second, it's okay.
I might need a moment to kind of recollect all of the events of what both we have done and Shroud has done.
Okay, well, why don't you? I'll tell you what. Why don't you take a moment, think about that. We'll go into downtime activity, and we'll come back to you when you're ready. All right.
Sounds good.
So you guys, through that score, lots of heat, lots of coin. Where are we next? What are you guys doing for downtime activity? You have two free by default, and there are additional ways to get more. So, who wants to go first?
I would like to attempt to help Muscles recuperate a little bit, get him a little away from the edge.
Okay.
Falling to his doom.
Okay. So, is this sort of like physically caring for him, or is this almost on the spiritual, emotional level, like caring for his soul or spirit at the same time?
Sort of both. I mean, in the condition that he's in, he's not going to be eating, steak,
Right.
His body can't handle it. So very, very simple foods. If I can just get a hold of very simple soups, maybe some, eel mucus and dumplings or something that's very simple, easy on the stomach. Well, I don't know. What do they have in Charhall really to eat?
Well, mushroom and eel soup, would be the staple to revive somebody, the protein and fiber essentially that goes with that. So to me, this sounds like it's a long-term project to kind of recuperate him.
Mhm.
So that's what we'll call the downtime action.
Okay.
And we will create a 4-position clock to bring him back to, as a long-term project to bring him back to his state. So
right now the thing is just to get him off of death's door.
Right, exactly. So that the segments of the clock represent, the active care to help him recuperate, essentially. Right. So that you can start this, somebody can finish it, and you can figure out what's going on after that. So we're just going to start with that. Okay. So how are you going to do this?
Well, we are currently in Char Hollow. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
No, yes, that is correct.
Okay. So, finding some decent soup and always going back to the cart, because I presume we're operating out of the cart for right now.
Right.
And discussing with that guy over there, with Sky, do we know who this guy is? Sorry. Whether or not we know who this guy is, why would they bring him to Donovan's? And as the conversation pours out, and so we know this guy. Okay, well, those individuals and your sister are not pleased with his condition right now, so we need to do some maintenance and recuperation on this gentleman. Do you know if he had any comfort foods he especially liked?
Comfort foods? I can't say I much knew about his habits that much. He'd eat pretty much anything you gave him.
All right. Is Grin there? Or are you off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
What's a decent Scotland comfort food?
Stew. We love stew.
All
Any
right.
kind of stew. Throw stew at him.
I'm not going to throw it at him. It might kill him, but thank you. And so, thus, go and find a stew that isn't going to overwhelm his system. And then while I'm, trying to prop him up and hold him and feed it to him, just sort of, how do I describe this? Pulling just ambient energy that's just all over everything. Just small scoops of it, and just letting it wash over him to try to bolster the spirit.
Okay. So it sounds like, as much as it is a physical, recuperating kind of a thing, there's actually a little bit of a caregiving sort of in the soul kind of circumstance. So I think it's okay if you, for this long-term project, if you were to attune and help him that way too.
Okay.
Like offering the physical with, caring for his support, his physicality, like laying him down so he's comfortable, feeding him a little bit of that stew, but also just kind of dipping into the ghost field a little bit and just kind of offering him the spiritual comfort as well. So I'm okay if you want to use that, or if there's something else that you want to use in respect to determining the outcome of this long-term project.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
A tune will do. And since it's downtime, we don't deal with any of the other. Blah, 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 blah.
Nope. And it's only additional die if you, however you want to think about it.
Okay.
Muscle mass.
I couldn't come up with a witty name, so it just made sense.
Yeah. No, I'm just gonna roll it.
Okay, sounds great.
5.
Okay, so that is 2 segments on the progress clock. That is muscles. And so as you begin this care for him, and he begins to sip a little bit, you have to kind of open his mouth and get him to, but immediately he begins to respond. Muscles is a very basic creature in that respect. He lives on almost instinct and the goodwill of others in this particular case. And so he just, he begins to, first take a little bit at a time. And as you dip into the ghost field, you can see that there immediately is a response from his spirit, as if what he really needs in life is attentiveness, somebody to care about his well-being. And he has been brutalized since he was left in prison. So that just little bit begins to see a vibrance. And he, by the end of the bowl of stew that you're kind of feeding him, there's already a little bit of pallor. His color pallor is just starting to shift a little bit, both spiritually and physically, and he looks a little bit better. He's got the long road to recovery still, but he's off death's door immediately.
And the other spirits?
The other spirits, they're still violent and angry. They're still upset to be in their bottles right now. There's something is agitating them.
Violent spirits can be used.
Violent spirits can be.
Remember that your sister is one of them.
Not her.
Well, okay, now we're making
And
distinctions.
probably not Moon.
Are you sure? Because, Moon, see, well, I'm not going to go there. Anyways, so.
Yes, you are. You know you're going to go there at some point. Anyway.
Absolutely. But anyways, so that was your first downtime action, sir. What would you like to do with your second?
I think I would like to, if at all possible, train.
Okay. What do you want to train?
Insight.
Okay. Let me take a look at your character sheet. Are you even close to completing that? Oh, okay. All right. So just go ahead and...
You got 1 tick in prowess, and that's about it.
Okay. So go ahead and you just add a tick in insight. And I don't believe you guys have the crew... It's for prowess, right? It's not for insight or resolve, right? That's the 2 that you get the bonus of...
Can I change my mind on that?
Sure.
Prowess. Okay.
Sure.
Prowess, then. And
Okay.
That would be 2 for prowess, right?
I believe so, based on your crew benefit. Okay, excellent. Do you want to spend coin or rep and go with an additional downtime action?
Well, I'm not finishing the Valen inquiry. There's no way that can happen.
It still can. The recipient of it will just, the circumstances of the recipient will change.
Okay. No, I mean, how is Hocus going to go anywhere near? Like,
that's true. You guys are in Char Hollow right now. While you're in the carriage, you're also in a safe circumstance, and with downtime action, you can totally, again, it's enough. It's not a tangible amount of time. It can be, a set of circumstances. You can also just leave it for next season, right? I mean, if it's not something that's going to be completely relevant to tonight, I'd suggest leaving it for next season.
I'm gonna leave it.
Okay. Do you want to do anything else?
No.
Okay. Let's check back in with Ari. Is Ari ready to tell her story? All right, Ari. So this is the story that you tell after you pay the blue coats off for your entanglement. Go ahead.
So you may have noticed that, well, Duskfallen, full of murder and strife, seems to happen very regularly. There's been a few more, well, blood of blue happening lately. There was some by the well late at night, that well over in that place of yonder. And there was also a lot of blue blood found at that store. It begins with it's got a D in there. Remind me what it's called. It has sold a lot of.
The Gallagher's?
No, there's like an O and a A in it. Donovan's, that's the one.
Oh, that one.
So, I mean, there was even a captain dead there, as well as like some poor lad turned up on the doorstep of that place. Now, I think if you were to look carefully, you'd find that place was owned by a certain particular group. And that also, there's a few other things happening that I believe these people might be involved in that group. I mean, we know that there was, not only a fire that was also started at Donovan's, just causing a bunch of chaos in the otherwise wholesome neighborhood. And there was also, you may be able to tell looking at me, I am not exactly a woman of the day. But I know that certain pleasure rooms in the place that I once worked at have been used for a little something different other than pleasure. I know from good terms that it's been used for illegal activities such as, non-blue torture, non-blue. So there's that, and that was run by someone that I know called OC. It belongs to her. And I know that she's running in rings with this other person called Nye. And this Nye also helped her to do these cruel activities upon the citizens of Duskfallen. And, on top of that, you have... I know where they are. I know where that base is. It belongs to some fellow called Nix. And he's a cruel, cruel man. He's very, very horrible to the citizens of Duskfallen. And I myself am afraid to walk around the streets at night. And that's how I live. That is my profession. If I am not a woman of the day, then clearly I am a woman of the night. And if I can't make a living, then I will have to resort to other crimes that I do not wish to commit. And this Nix, he does have a base, and I believe he also owns the land in which Donovan's is placed on. And, that Nix, he has a base in the Six Towers Church. And heard that there is awful things like demons and other terrifying ghosts there.
Demons, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, you say the name is Nigh. Is that like Nigh, like almost there, but not quite? It's like Nigh.
Oh, I get what you mean. No, there's a Nye and a Nyx. One is NY, the other is NYX.
Oh, that must get confusing. All right.
It does. It does. We've had many a different entanglement. Oh, and on top of all of that,
Yes.
I think you may want to check some bodies in the lake as well. I think you'll find that there was a couple of coats of blue in there too. And without guards on the street, I just don't feel safe.
Wait a minute. Got blue coats in the canals, you say?
In the canals.
Here in Char Hollow.
No, not in Char Hollow. Side moment. Where were they?
They were in Night Market, just east. Of
In Night Market.
Oh, I see. I'll have to check in with the gondoliers over there, that's for sure.
And the death of a captain just can't be abided by. And fires, they could have taken out the whole town.
That's true. That's true. Fire does have a habit of spreading, you know.
It may purge the horrors, but it doesn't purge the hurt.
Right. Okay. So let me make sure I've got this straight here. You got a fella named Nye and another fella named Nyx. Is that right?
Yes, and a woman called OC, Orange Crush.
Oh, I see. All right. Not I see, OC. I
No,
see.
an O and a C, like and C.
Ah. All right, and they're in 6 towers under a church. Seems an odd place. All right. Right, and blue coats. All right. Hopefully there's nothing else, but is there anything else?
I think that's all I can recall for now.
That's quite a mass as it is. That's
They've been up to many horrors. The town is just not what it used to be.
it does indeed sound like it. Yes, miss. It's definitely unfortunate that it should impact on your business.
And it has so. I can barely make enough food for bread. Coin for bread. See, my mind is all aflutter from all of these goings-ons.
I see that, yes. Okay. Right, well, I'll definitely get some people on you. Get some people on that.
I appreciate it, sir. And if there's anything else that I can do for you, please just let me know.
Okay.
Pleasure doing business with you, sir.
I'm sure it would be.
Okay, so just for clarification, what you've told them is that you've given them 3 names: OC, Nyx, and Nye. You've given them the generic location of this church where you know that there are some circumstances, which is the location that I'm assuming Sling gave to you because that's where she found the notes. In accordance accordance with everything else that you guys had already done in Night Market, or sorry, in Six Towers. Okay, excellent. Good to know. Okay, let's move quickly through other people's downtimes. That was awesome, by the way. Thank you guys, both of you. Thank you for stepping in, Trend. That was awesome. Okay, who's going next for downtime?
I think a lot of this hinges on what we thought Grin's downtime was going to be, so I think he should
Yes.
go.
Okay.
Okay.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
So it's really hard. Yeah, it's really hard to do my downtime without there being a conversation between the five of us at a table in Kellen's.
Okay, given the fact that this is the circumstances of what you guys are leading up to, I think you guys definitely need to do that.
Okay, so we're going to... Sling will be unimpressed. Sling will be unimpressed that we're using the same room that she met Jinx. And we're going to sit down there, the five of us. And I'm thinking the group is kind of surprised that the regulars and the staff of Kellen's they know Grin very well.
I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of unspoken exchanges, and again, for the sake of speeding this along, Grin updates the three of you, Speedy, Hocus, Ari, on his past, on the legend of Jinx Gotifer, on his ties to the Skovlan refugees, and exactly how much he despises Imperials, and his involvement, not leadership. He is not involved in the leadership of the Skovlan refugees of this underground. He is a figurehead just because of virtue of his name. And he lays all of that out over drinks. There's a lot of drink. There's so much drink. And basically wants to discuss with the four of you what we're going to do. Now we've lost Donovan's. We have a case full of spirits. And we have Muscles, who actually, now that we're in Kellen's, I think Hocus, we can hand Muscles off to their care. They will look after him. We'll check in with him before much else happens, but he's not part of this conversation, and nor is anyone else. That door is locked and sealed. But there it is, guys. What do you each want? What do we want?
Well, sounds like we have something in common, more so than we've realized before.
Yeah.
And I think that our plan, I think that we do need to go forward with the destruction, the all-out hell breaking loose of this city. As for how we do that, there's a few things we're going to need to do. We're going to need an escape plan. If we want to make it out of here, if we want this city to go down and we don't want to go down with it, then we're going to need a boat. Or a train, but I think a boat in this case is a bit safer.
I think I could secure a boat. There's a lot of Skovlanders. There's a lot of Skovs at the dock. And I could pull a few strings. I may have to part with a little coin. I think I could get us a boat. But it depends where we're going. If we're leaving Duskfallen, if we're out of here, where are we going? The open seas? Life of piracy?
Well, I know where I want to go, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it'd be safe if you guys follow me.
Well, I think we should make our way to the closest safe island we can get to. Closest place that'll take us in. If we got ourselves a Skovlan boat, then perhaps Skovlan.
That would work very nicely for me.
Suppose. Then once there,
There's
everyone, you want to catch yourselves a ride to anywhere else, so be it.
Yeah.
But
I'll make it clear, guys. My goal is war. My goal is a second Scotland independence war. They call it the Unity War around here. Let's be honest. It's about regaining independence for my people. And that's where I'm going to dedicate myself. So I'll be going home. And I'm going to be destroying that refinery.
can't say I blame you. And if what we do here isn't enough, then taking out that refinery certainly won't hurt.
Yeah. So, how do we crush Duskfallen?
Well, you said it yourself. There's a Scotland underground. You ain't particularly the leader, but well, from what we know about who you are, you're damn straight important to him. They'll listen to you. You want a war. I bet some of them do too.
Every last man, woman, and a few children.
So tell him.
We gotta beat up Scovelander, who those bluecoats left on our door, now in their care.
That's pretty motivational, actually.
What about any other loved ones that we may choose?
Send word. Don't give any details. If they want out, and there's not many places to go, and they can't seek passage on their own, I'm loath to offer them room on our boat. I don't even know what boat that will be, but we might be able to take a handful of people with us.
I know how to be subtle and vague when it comes to handling seamen.
Oh, God. Done.
Swing shoots Ari.
That's it. I'm out. Done, guys. Ari is over.
Wow.
All right. Well, you send word to whoever you want to bring. Tell them hop on the nearest train, nearest boat, and if they can't find any of their own, then might have to take someone in.
But without our good friend here to deliver these messages, be careful how you route these communications. If you cannot deliver them in person, only use trusted intermediaries.
I think the Scov's the closest thing to that we got.
I have a crazy idea.
Oh.
Fan of those.
Crazy's what we need right now.
Crazy sounds fun.
It would be fun. There's an abandoned port just outside the lightning barrier to the south of Duskfall. It's called Northport, ironically.
What do they
We
got there?
could, if we could moor a boat there, that's our exit point. But I'm thinking, because of its proximity to the lightning barrier, what if we blew a hole in the lightning barrier?
Now this is sounding right up my alley.
Now that does sound crazy. In a good way, I suppose.
I do like that idea. So, what? We pull up over to the dock over here, plant some explosives along the outside, and...
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much that simple and stupid. Yeah.
That seems to me like stupid. Yeah. Stupid seems to be our calling point, but I think we can make it work.
Hocus. Now I know you're the spirit expert here. It's Might be a bit of a walk behind the lightning barrier. How safe can we be?
Not at all. Not at all. Have you ever stood near the lightning barrier and seen those occasional flares of light? Those are spirits that are hitting against the outside of it, trying to get in, and they happen quite often.
What if we tell them? They can listen to us. Ari, you speak to them, don't you? Well, you can.
I can, but the ones outside the lightning shield are a little bit more feral.
I could give it a go.
Well, if Ari can somehow let them know that if they let us do what we do, they can get into the city. That's what they want.
Besides, I think I like things seeming a little bit more spirited around here.
There is also the fact that we don't necessarily have to do this from outside of the shield. We can access the tower from within the shield. Send the boat ahead. It goes out with a handful of scobs the way it normally would. There's no one even remotely suspicious on board because we're not there. They just head down to the thing. They wait for us at that port. And then we go down past the eeleries, get access to the tower, blow it up from the inside. That portion of the lightning shield drops, and anything either, since it is in close proximity to the sea and it has access from land, any leviathans that may be out there or spirits that are on the land would see this huge radiant eel farm that is glowing with the beauty of all the life that is there, and it will be like a candy shop with the doors open.
This is a great plan. We can send friends and family to the docks. No one will be suspicious if they. Now, would they be booking passage? If we can get them onto that boat, the safety of this boat, as it comes around the coast, they're all good to go. And all we have to do is drop the tower and flee.
If any of them are heading towards anything other than perhaps Tycherosi, then Tycheros, excuse me. If they're heading to any of the other islands, it's very likely that they will just go south along the chain and all the way up the other side. They could be going anywhere from, all points south all the way up the other side.
Okay.
It'd be very easy to make it very official looking.
Okay. We have a plan.
We have a plan. Now we need a boat.
Well,
and explosives.
Let me talk to some of my fine friends here in Kellens, and I may have to take a walk down to the docks, and I will try and keep a low profile. Let me see what I can do, and then I want to go into my downtime actions. The first of which is to try to acquire as an asset.
Hold on.
Oh,
hold on.
Oh,
so. All this happened in a conversation in the back room at Kellen's. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
When all of that is done, you all are going to go your separate ways and either develop assets or do that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
Downtime actions. Okay. So when you exit, is there any particular circumstance for which you would not just exit out the front door? Any of you?
We all walked in together, didn't we?
You did. I would assume.
Grin would lead them in through the back, for sure. The last time Sling and Grin were here, they left out the back as well. Kellen's backs onto a really nice and handy alley. Grin is used to coming and going through more secretive means.
Sure.
Which door is closer to wherever the cart is, and thereby...
Again, I'm asking you a question, though. Are any of you going through the common area that is the front, essentially?
I'm not. Grin's not.
How would you get your drinks? How would they know that you're in the back?
I imagine as we came in through the back, there are staff. I guess it depends on the layout of Kellen's, but I'd like to think that there's maybe someone always watching the back door to see who comes in and out. I can't just walk in. I have to give the knock. I have to, show the medals.
Okay.
And since these guys are with me, that that was okay and taken to a room. Then, the staff of Kellens are alerted that we're there, and drinks and snacks.
Again, I'm going to ask the question: does anybody go anywhere in a common area?
Unless otherwise instructed not to.
No.
I would absolutely.
Not my
no reason
intention.
not to.
Grin's taking the lead, so.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just curious. Okay, all right. Okay, so what's your first downtime action?
I would like to talk to the Duskfallen refugees starting in Kellens about securing a appropriate boat. So we're talking about a vessel that's how did you put it in our conversation earlier, Tren? It's what equipment does it have to survive in the outside of the lightning barrier? Thank you. That's
most boats are.
Okay. So
you're attempting. I'm sorry. So you're attempting to acquire a vehicle, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're going to call this acquiring an asset. Under these circumstances, we would just handle this like normally any other asset that you're trying to acquire. So you're going to roll your cruise tier to determine the quality of the asset.
Okay.
All right. So why don't you go ahead, and if you've got a contact or a friend that can make this work, why don't you go ahead and apply a +1D to the roll for that asset? Do you know how to roll tier?
No.
Okay.
I haven't done that.
Okay, so if you go into your crew sheet,
yep,
which is the Phantom's crew sheet, you go onto where it says, there's the tier indicator right there. Right at the top near rep and hold. It says the word tier.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just go ahead and click on that.
Okay.
And given the circumstances, I think you would have contacts in the Skovlin Underground, so I think you deserve at least a +1 on this to acquire this item. Anybody else have any insight into giving him additional coin, or you spending additional coin, or giving him an additional die for this?
So we're saying we're kind of saying that this is, part of the resistance, and that we did just drop off Muscles here saying that he had been injured by the Bluecoats.
Okay.
And this is part of that, so.
And horribly abused in prison in general.
Right.
And maybe the fact that this is Jinx Godeffer asking.
And I was just going to say that Jinx Godeffer did save his life by killing 6 men.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's an
And
additional
Brynn himself
die for that.
has contacts at the docks, don't you? That's like your team.
That's what I'm claiming. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But like on your character sheet, it's like you had a specific dock worker contact.
I had a temporary asset of a dock worker, but I never pursued that. I didn't turn him into anything assembling. So I think that fades, doesn't it? It just
if you don't pursue it as a long-term asset after that, you'd have to acquire the asset again before. But this is this is a similar circumstance, right? You're acquiring essentially the use of a vehicle, essentially a boat here. So you're trying to get essentially an iron ship.
Yes.
To travel. Okay. So go ahead and roll that with 2 additional die.
2 additional die.
All right. So you get essentially a tier 1. At least I believe that's tier 1. Let me double check just to make sure. It is a tier 1 boat. So essentially, when an asset, if it comes into play that it needs to be used for a role of any kind, that will be, it'll be essentially 1 die to start off with, right?
Okay.
So cool. You take that action, and I'm assuming that you use all of those circumstances and just acquire yourself, use your reputation and everything else to acquire one. And so one is presented, one of the opportunity is presented for you to, that the boat is actually available at the docks. So
okay. Now I don't want to assume that it comes with a crew. but
in this particular case, because it's generic enough, and again, your jinx go to fur, all this other stuff, I'm going to assume that you have a minimal crew to be able to get the ship moving where you need to.
okay.
So,
Yeah. Ideally, it would be a ship that was already like about to head out on a shipment, anyways, or something like that.
and you guys are, and it's a shipment heading towards Scotland, right? So that was your intent.
That's the intent.
Okay, great. Yeah, so you've got a tier 1 asset specifically for that. So
Sweet.
excellent.
Okay, for my sorry that one took so long. Second downtime action. I want to secure explosives.
Okay, same
And I want-
same
I wanna-
same thing. It's basically an item, so it's an asset.
Awesome. And I want a butt for them. I'm talking explosives to take down a lightning barrier.
Okay, so this is an issue of quality, though, right? So for this level of activity, or this level of, you're definitely going to probably want to spend some coin
Okay.
in this circumstance to increase it.
I can do that.
If after, let's see, let me double check the exact wording. Increase the result level by 1 for each coin spent. So 1 coin per additional level, starting off with your roll. Or, and I'll give you this as another option, you can start a long-term project that either you or somebody else can finish using additional coin or their downtime action to get the appropriate explosives that you're looking for.
Let's do a long-term project.
Okay. I am going to call it, since the significance of this is so huge, I'm going to call this a 6-segment clock.
Okay.
I don't mean to do that to you, you know, but I just, there's so much, you know, depending on this, it deserves a little bit. Yeah.
I was actually expecting you to make a larger clock, Johnny. So I'm happy with 6 segments.
Okay. Well, I also want to be able to give everybody else the opportunity, you know, to not just focus on this particular part of the project. So
yeah, and I'm trying to get through my downtime ASAP, but I'm trying to set up our score.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So, how are you going to go about doing this? What action are you going to take to roll to determine the current progress of the clock?
Again, not to beat a dead horse, but I want to leverage my contacts within the refugees, basically to get me in touch with someone that can move a pretty sizable quantity of explosives and is willing to sell/donate to the cause.
Donate to the cause. So you're actually telling them a lie, though, because you are telling them a lie because you're actually endangering them in the circumstance. So that almost sounds like a sway to me.
Shit.
I mean, am I hearing this wrong, guys? Does anybody else think it's different?
Well, if the cause is the war, that's your goal, isn't it?
No, but where Johnny's coming from is if we tear the lightning barrier down, Imperial, Scotland alike, they're gonna get attacked.
They're gonna die. Absolutely.
For the cause.
For the cause.
For the cause! For freedom!
For freedom!
There are more Scotlanders in Scotland than there are in Duskfallen. I'm not going to say it's the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few, but Jinx would believe that every Scotlander would be willing to lay down their life for the destruction of Duskfallen, and in a really sick way, that's what Jinx is telling himself, that, well, if I could ask each and every one of them, and they're just going to tell me, sure, that's cool, or I can just do it. So it's dark.
I agree. It's dark.
He's trying to find someone, again, maybe leveraging Grin's history as a small-time smuggler. Maybe he does have a couple contacts and he knows they deal in explosives and armaments, and that's who he pays a visit to. And if we're talking sway, I would probably grab Ari and take her along for the meeting.
Hold on a second. Because you are leveraging your Scotland background as somebody who was in the Unity War, you could probably argue that you could say command.
Oh,
because of the Skovlin Underground, right? So you still may want to take Ari with you, but you could almost use that as an argument. You could almost say that you take charge of the situation and almost,
That's true.
Not necessarily demand, but
that would work. The way I actually built Grin's playbook, I leveraged the captain. There was a captain archetype, and he has 2 pips in command specifically. So that's a great idea. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So that'll be the starting point.
Okay.
And so you're going to use command, and then from there, again, position and effect have no bearing on a long-term project.
Okay.
And so now it just comes down to additional die. And I believe you said that you were going to ask Ari to help you do it for the assist.
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to be, what is it? I think it's just, is it 2 for an assist or is it 1? I can't remember anymore.
I want to say 1.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. For some reason, my ear just decided to start ringing. That's funny.
Is it slowly fading?
Yeah.
That is one of the filaments that picks up high-pitched sounds, giving up the ghost. So you're gradually...
Yeah, I was about to say, you're never going to hear that pitch again.
Right. That is
oh my gosh.
Losing the ability to hear high-pitched tones.
Mm-hmm.
Congrats on getting older. Anyways, what were you saying?
Yay, film school!
Okay, thanks.
Sure. I was just having this conversation with my housemate the other day.
God damn it, JP.
Okay. Okay, so let's call it, we'll call it 1 stress.
Okay.
Okay, now it's happening on the other side, Trent. What's going on with me now?
You're hearing the same sound on the other side?
Mm-hmm.
The universe is balancing itself. Keep going.
No, it's not happening. I disagree with you. But anyways, go ahead. All right, so that's an additional die. Well, 1 stress for Ari. Any other
bonuses?
Yes.
I am going to bribe this guy. Here's a coin.
Or, if I'm with you,
Go ahead.
like, please help us.
Right, but
There,
so that's
just
your
naked.
command.
Join us.
No, so the coin would become as a part of the Grin's command, and then Ari's assistance would be the alluring nature of what you're presenting. So I'm looking for additional.
Doesn't living look so much better?
Okay. All right, we're just gonna call that one additional die then. So why don't you go ahead and roll that?
Okay, 3 die.
Yeah,
You can also push yourself or anything, or
that you could.
I'm getting up there. Yeah, I'll push myself for... Oh, wait! I have crits. Can I apply crits to this?
If you want.
I think those are only for desperate actions.
For the crits?
I think so.
No, the only place that you can't use a crit is a fortune or an engagement roll, according to the way that we've been playing it so far. So
Okay.
I think it's okay to be able to use that.
Sure.
All right, I'd like to use a crit.
All right. So given that circumstance, Ari doesn't have to take a additional stress because she's not offering you assistance. So you're just going to advance it 4 spaces. So under the circumstances, you go off and you have the conversation, you begin to, and you find yourself positioned to find the expert that's going to help you. Somebody who is quite a skilled alchemist who dabbles a little bit in the mixing of Leviathan blood, raw Leviathan blood, in with the explosives. And so the process is taking time, but it is in play, and it will, at completion, the guy is just like, well, it's taking a little bit of additional time because I need this material and I've got to wait for this material to come in, kind of a thing. But yes, it's in progress. So there are now 4 segments on that particular that progress, or in that progress clock for that long term. Do you want to push yourself, or do you want to spend additional coin or rep and take an additional downtime action?
Well, Ari, what's your plans for your downtime? Is there any way that I could have you complete this clock? If you've already got plans, I will push myself.
I do have at least one plan I wish to.
I think I would use the Rook network we have to complete that progress clock if we could, by saying that they can my connections within the Vice dealers probably have connections for like the ingredients necessary for that alchemist to finish up his work.
Okay. Then for expediency, I'm not pushing myself, I'm not doing anything. Those are my 2 downtime actions. I'm done, thank you.
Okay, who's next?
I could go, I suppose.
Okay, go ahead.
So before I want to bring on Clyra,
Okay.
my tavern acquaintance. I've very much got a sisterly loyalty to her.
Okay.
And in order to invite her, I also want to invite that one blue coat to meet me at her establishment in a private room.
Okay, so what are you trying to accomplish with this downtime action?
I would like to be able... Well, I guess... does this count as a downtime action that I'm trying to bring Clyra and this blue coat aboard our ship? I don't know what exactly that would be as a downtime action, because it's not really going into vices or things like that. Would it maybe be a personal mission kind of thing?
I mean, I don't think that's necessarily something that you, I guess you could, we could start, I'll tell you what we could do is start a second long-term clock, a long-term project with a progress clock. And for each of those successes that you guys get in the segments, and we'll talk about real quickly between the rest of you who wants to bring folks, we'll determine how many people you actually save, who you convince, who you actually get to come with you, and who you doesn't come with you, kind of a thing. Does that make sense to everybody?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So we're going to call this a 4-position progress clock. I'm going to make this really easy on you guys. How would you convince this blue coat and Clyra?
Clyra, I feel like it wouldn't take too much convincing.
Okay.
Because of the nature of our relationship and how long we've known each other. It would be a matter of a conversation of like, hey, look, this is going to go down. I don't want you to go down with that ship. I want you to come aboard our ship.
Mm-hmm.
Be here at this time.
Okay, but so the blue coat then is the one you're concerned about?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And how would you convince him then? Would it be a coercion or kind of a thing? Or would it be, would you sway him? Would you just knock him out or have somebody knock him out and just bring him along? I mean, what is the appropriate way that you would convince him to go?
I guess I imagine it as something where I try to get him to meet me at Clara's tavern and talk about what's going down and how I want him to not be a part of this. But then I also put the team at risk by letting our plans be revealed to a blue coat.
Well, you've built enough of a relationship, and this is because this is a long-term project. I don't think that, that could come in as a consequence later on if somebody rolls something, a really bad roll. But as of for right now, yeah.
Looking at you, Sling. Looking with your crits, like.
With her crit fail, that is correct.
Her crit fail. Yeah, I'm going to try and sway him,
so go
I suppose.
Go ahead and roll a sway. And then again, because it's a long-term project, no position and no effect.
Okay, so how do you do it with no position?
So you just click on it and you just click through and just accept the normal the defaults, and we just don't even worry about that when it comes to the roll.
Is a 5 in there?
Yeah. So that's you successfully convince him and Clara to come with you. So essentially 2 positions on the progress clock. And so the conversation goes incredibly well. He's really concerned, not sure what's going on. But at the end of the day, he just is like, he trusts you and says, I will be there. And of course, that conversation with Clara goes.
His name is Alistair, just for easy.
Alistair. Okay. All right. So that is your first downtime action. What would you like to do with your second?
With my second, I think I can't really help anyone else with my second, can I?
What do you mean by help?
Like I can't leave my second downtime to be like
furthering Grin's clock, for example.
Yeah, furthering Grins or furthering Slings or Skies.
You could. So the way that I would see that working is because this is a long-term project and because you already have half filled it. You could do. Well, you could do You could be in a circumstance where, because you are so persuasive, if something comes up where they go off to get those family members or those friends or other people, your success in advancing the progress clock again to completion would mean that you would save everybody that you're concerned about, right? And so that's the way I look at it. So if you were to do the project again and advance it even more, that means that it would be successful for everybody that you want to save, because you would use your influence and your persuasion to make sure that everybody gets out alive, essentially.
Okay, then I'll just say that I train then.
Okay. All right. So what are you going to train?
Might as well go all in on my resolve again.
Okay.
Let's put another thing in resolve. It's not like I'm already like super little miss. Like, hey, I talk my way out of shit. Let's do that.
All right. So do you want to push yourself, or do you want to take an additional coin or rep to do an additional downtime action?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Excellent. I believe that leaves Sling and Sky left. Who wants to go next? Okay. Okay, so that still has to be a downtime action. Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that you took that crew perk. Excellent. Well, let's go ahead and do that then. All right, so how are they going to complete this? Are they going to basically find the resource for the alchemist to be able to okay. So go ahead and roll their tier, essentially, which is, I believe, the same as you guys are, if I remember that's how it works, right? So just go ahead and roll the tier.
You might be muted.
Sorry. I'm back. Yeah, we're gonna be using the cohorts of the Rook Network, the Vice Dealers of Duskfallen, to acquire ingredients for explosives.
Okay. All right. So, no position, no effect. Do you want to throw any additional die at it? Do you want to push yourself? Do you want to? I mean, do you have any arguments for additional die that can be thrown at it?
Not really. Other than, no, I can't really think of anything. If anything, it might even be a negative because Donovan's might have a bad rep right now.
Right, but Donovan's the crew, they don't work for Donovan's. They work for Phantom. So the reputation of Donovan's has no impact on them.
Okay. Then I would say, yeah, probably still just flat, unless anyone else has any ideas.
Well, I think that we could try to inspire them in the aspect that, these fuckers just set fire to our front, and They're doing. I mean, they're dropping dead bodies off. They're blowing shit up. It's time we do the same. We need this stuff if we're going to get back at them.
That's true. Yeah.
Right, but do you tell them what the explosive is actually for? Because again, this is the deceptive nature of the circumstance.
Yeah, I would say no. I'd say saying that this is for explosives to get back at them is a bad idea because that could tip off anyone. As much as I'd like to trust these guys.
They don't necessarily have to know that it's for the lightning barrier. We just tell them we're going to blow some shit up.
That's true. Still, I think I'm fine with rolling it flat, honestly.
Okay. All
right. So
that's
you're
usually a bad
right.
idea. It's when I say that we just crit fail. 2. Progresses the progress clock 1 still, right?
Right. It still progresses at 1. So they're able to grab most of the material, but they're able to grab the material, but not enough of it. It's I'm assuming that it's like a situation like they're using the guy is using fertilizer to build the explosive, and they're just not able to acquire enough of that fertilizer to build the body of the explosive in that respect. So, all right.
Well, if you want a job done right,
you always got to do it yourself. That's right. So, what are you doing now? Your 2 downtime actions are next.
So I'm going to I'm gonna first try and finish off that clock by doing it myself. I'm gonna figure out what contacts those vice dealers have and try and go directly to the source.
Okay.
And try and make a purchase.
It's only got 1 segment left, so
right. So that means that it automatically happens regardless, because the minimum that you can do is advance the second by 1. So you are able to successfully have that conversation, acquire the additional material, and that completes the progress clock.
Okay. Additionally, because of a special ability I have, I get +1 result level when acquiring an asset. So I would assume that means it's now even better explosives.
Well, so this isn't a circumstance where it was an asset anymore. There was a level of risk with it being an asset. This is a long-term project giving you an item of the quality that you were which you expect you would need.
Got it.
So, all right, good.
And then for my other project, I'm gonna try and gather some information about the lightning barrier over by the Eelery and the Old North Port as well.
Okay. So, you said asset, right?
No, gather information.
Oh, sorry, gather information. That's not I mean, you could do that as a downtime action if you really want to, but it would be treated as a long-term project. If you want to do research as a part of the score to build up that information at the beginning, then it would be a roll during free play before the score starts. So I would suggest doing it there, and that way you can just take another downtime action in some way and then go on. Go ahead.
Can I step in and suggest, let Sling do the research. Let Sling scout it.
Oh, well, I get... she can scout it, but in gathering information, I get a +1d to consort, and we get a +1d for the engagement roll.
Well, what if you started a clock and Sling finishes it?
I don't know if that's a clock.
Okay.
What do you mean you don't expect that to be a clock? A clock can be anything. If you want to do the research and have that information going into the free play and essentially the scores, that can happen. Or you can wait till and let the result not be as it will be more up to chance essentially, rather than it be you will eventually get all of the information that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, to me, it sounds like it's a progress clock of about 4 if you was a long-term project. So there's a guaranteed level of success there that adds into that.
Okay.
Or you can let fate decide when you do the research as a part of doing investigation during free play.
If I were to do the clock, would I still get the +1d for gathering information about a score? And +1 for the engagement roll as a result.
Would you get the same? In this case, I think that it applies. Yeah, I think that because you're working towards you have a very definitive goal about your next score. So yes, I think that it applies in this case.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and do that. So four tier clock. I'm using my consort. I get it's risky standard. Name of the boat also. +1 for.
I just got that. I'm sorry. I was setting something else up. Okay, go ahead.
+1 for the ability, and then if I could leverage my my friend over in the hive, since the Ealery is, they're selling goods, it would be something that I would know a little bit more about, or they would know a little bit more about, and that I could probably get some information from them, if possible. Specifically in regards
Yeah,
to
you could leverage that, absolutely, because they're merchants. They would have enough information to be able to provide at least some context. Absolutely.
All right. Cool.
All right. So go ahead and roll it.
5.
That is, you advance it. It's not 3. It's 2. So you advance it 2. So you've got enough information to add some context to Sling actually finishing the job.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. So do you want to take? You got one more downtime action, I believe.
No, that was 2 of them.
No, you took
1 for the explosive, 1 for the.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I was thinking that the 2 were together. Okay, you're done. Sling, you're the last up. What are you ready to do?
Hello. I'd like to continue that process clock, please. Also, I have a crit fail to do that with.
You're going to use the crit fail to do that with.
Well, I don't know what to use it on. What did Slade use his on?
He hasn't.
He hasn't used it.
Well, then I'm not using it.
You can just not use it?
I can just choose to not.
You
okay,
can.
then.
Well, so here's the. Well, this is one of the great things about this game, and that I think that we haven't embraced enough as different groups, is that you guys really need to learn to start embracing failure. Failure is a big part of this game.
I love failure.
It went so well for them, though. Things went great. Nothing's ever
It
gone
can
great
still
for
go
us.
great for us, even if you fail.
Oh.
But okay, so you have the option to use the crit fail anytime you want to make it more dramatic. The drama is where that comes into play. But you
Okay.
also have the crit success, which honestly, if you use it, I think you're wasting it a little bit.
I'm
Given
not
the
using quick
circumstance-
success here. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, here's the plan. I fully intend to use that crit fail today, but not here, when we're in the thick of it and it's in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
More drama and intensity there. So I would just like to do a normal thing.
Okay. So how are you going to finish this long-term project for this investigation?
I'd like to just go there myself in person.
Okay.
And do what I do.
And you're looking to find. So just to be clear again, what the original intent of the long-term project was to understand the circumstances around the lightning barrier, its protections, all of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, its protections and all of that. And if I can stretch it, maybe if I get a really good roll, to have a look at the actual lightning barrier itself and see if I can determine what is the best way, obviously with explosives, but where's the best place to put them to ensure maximum damage.
I assumed that was the result of all of this information.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So okay. So with that all in mind, let's go ahead and have you roll. How are you actually investigating this though? Like, I mean, what? I mean, are you studying? Are you? Let's see. What is it? What action do you think is appropriate to roll for this?
I'd say survey potentially.
Okay, that totally applies.
Yeah, she's in the area and she's examining everything that she possibly can.
Okay, so okay, go ahead and start that roll process again. Position doesn't matter. Effect doesn't matter. Is there an additional die that goes into this?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, excellent. All right, so go ahead and roll. And you advance the clock 2 times. So you complete this
Yay.
particular project. What the result of this is that you discover, and I'll switch this over to the actual map for just a second. There are 2 lightning barriers that are associated with the location that you're talking about, or there are 2 lightning barrier positions, like control points or whatever. This one up here is the more vulnerable of the 2. It's riskier for you.
The map.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Sorry.
There we go.
Pro
That's
GM.
okay.
Pro GM. Go type. Pro streamer. All right. So these are the 2 control points at the lightning barrier right there. Right. So this one is the more vulnerable of the 2. It's got less, essentially, people attending to it. The spark rights. There's less activity around there from the spark rights on that one. It appears to be in good working order. When you look at it from a distance, it's very clear that this will be the easier point of access. What concerns you about this and all this information is that it is much farther to the docks where you know your ship is going to be than this one here. When you take a look at that one, you realize that immediately there's a lot of activity going on, and it looks like there is either a repair or an upgrade or something going on there.
Okay.
The other thing that attracts you immediately about this position, though, is that if you blow it, not only is it closer to the docks, but it's closer to Barrowcliff. And you know that Barrowcliff is where the majority of the Eelry and Radiant Farm or Radiant Energy Farm workers actually live. That's the agricultural community there that actually supports the farms and Eelries. So it's quite well populated. It's essentially lower class, but they do really good job in managing this up. That's probably the only district in Duskfallen that has little to no crime whatsoever. They actually are a self-sufficient, really, wonderful, beautiful community. They take care of each other. There's lots of, so that would be the initial target for anybody or any event that happens in any circumstance of evil that pops into, or spiritual activity or demons or whatever.
Okay.
So.
And not only that, if we cut out the food source, then Duskfall starves.
That's correct.
I'm liking all of this.
Who
All of
feels
this
like
is good. Who feels like a gala?
I've always wanted to dress up.
I have a mask. Ready.
I'm not kidding. I have one ready.
Wow. Okay, then. Off we go.
I'm good to go.
Death Seeker Crows will love you.
We'll drop her off at the gala, and then we'll leave the city.
She needs to show up in a black cart with a black coat.
All right. So you've got that information as your first downtime action. What are you going to do with your second one?
Good question. Can we go back to the clocks real quick?
You sure can. Hold on just a second.
Son of a bitch. I'll be right back.
Bye-bye. Right.
So if I try and advance the friends and family clock, that means that I can get some people out as well, right?
Right. As I was pointing out to Ari before, once that clock is fully progressed, it goes to its completion, it means everybody that you guys would want to survive will get onto that boat with you.
I'd like to do that then, please.
Okay. And how are you going to go about doing that?
There's a few people, well, maybe just 2 I want to get out. The first is the train worker who initially smuggled me into the city. I want to get him out of the city as a thank you.
I love that so many of us feel so loyal to different people. This is kind of really sweet.
No one but you guys. With that.
All right, all those new to the crew that weren't killed. And
that one might be a bit easier because he is a bit of a crazy train worker, and they're all very intense people, and probably doesn't have any ties in the city. The other might be very difficult, and that's the specifically the person in the Lost that I was speaking to before, who agreed
Okay.
to help me. I want to get him and his son out.
Ooh.
Okay, sure. You can totally do that as well. How do you go about convincing them, though?
With the train worker, she'll actually just go up. She actually knows where to find him if he's in the city and he's not on his rounds in the train. And hope that he's there. And if he's not there, great. Doesn't matter. He's already out. Is he there?
Of course he's there, because he's a train worker. He's working all the time.
He could have been on the train. He could have been off having a great time. Okay, fine. Okay, she'll just she'll pull him aside from wherever he's working on the train. I'm like, oh, I need to have a quick chat. Won't take up too much of your time. Remember, well, it weren't too long ago now, but I mean, I remember it perfectly. I was stuck in, well, my home, and well, to not put too fine a point of it, but you helped me get out, and you helped me get here, and you helped me, and I thanked you for it at the time, but I don't think that was quite enough to really, give back. And well, I've heard, I don't really know how quite to say this, and I ain't quite too good with words myself, but I've heard that things are changing in the city. I haven't really had a home to go to, so I've been sleeping on the streets, and well, I've heard the Scovlans, they ain't happy with what's been going on, and I don't know what's happening, but I'm worried. And I'm leaving, and I'm getting out, and maybe even going home, and I want you to come with me.
He looks at you all kinds of concerned and curious at first, but given the relationship that you have and the sincerity with which you're projecting all of this, he immediately goes with you, right? So that's the easy part, right? You knew that was going to be easy. Now that's the father and son, the Scovlin father and son, who ironically are very aware of what Grin is doing in respect to acquiring the explosive.
They probably already know almost everything.
Well, they know some things going on.
Yeah. I don't know how to say this to them. Oh, because it's not going to go well.
I will give you an opportunity to just save yourself and take some sort of action roll to so you don't have to try to eloquently do this, because this is actually going to be the more difficult of the two anyways.
I have nothing in any resolves, though.
You do have an Ari who can help you. I
have an Ari. Ari, please.
And that would be an assist. So rather than it being essentially roll 2d6 and then take the lower of the two, that will at least bump it up to 1 for whatever roll you choose. And then I'm definitely open to hearing more of an argument about being able to, for additional die essentially. So why don't you start with a sway?
Okay.
We'll call it, again, position and effect have no bearing here.
Mm-hmm.
Ari will offer the assist. Ari's going to take 1 stress for that, okay?
Sway my way.
She's going to sing that to them.
And you get 1 additional die immediately, and I'm open to hearing how you can add additional die to this.
Could I add it by adhering to their own manifesto of wanting to atone for past deeds by explaining to them that I'm atoning for what I've done by trying to save as many people as possible in this circumstance, and that there's gonna be a hell of a lot more people to atone outside of the city, and that this city, let's be real, it's not great for the people in it anyway.
All right, so that'll give you an additional die.
Yes.
All right, so go ahead and roll it.
Oh, I don't want to look at it.
That's a 6.
That's a
Progresses
6.
completely.
Oh,
so,
God.
So anybody else that you suggest or there was any interest and intent in saving in respect to anybody in the crew now gets saved because there's enough convincing that goes on that, from the long-term project, it's completed. It means you guys succeed. You get as many people as you need to out. I don't know how big this boat is, but you get a lot of people on it.
It's the Titanic, but without the sinking.
Okay, so our downtime went a little longer than expected, but you did a lot of setup for your score now. You're in free play. What's the plan, guys? What last minute things do you need to do before you go into your score?
All right, so I want to make sure that the boat is all good, that the Skovlanders on there are all actually like Skovlanders and loyal to us, that it's like clear.
That's the way the asset works. So that you wouldn't necessarily even need to worry about that, because that's the asset is something that works in your favor in this case.
Okay. Okay. I mean, regardless, like, even though mechanically it wouldn't have any effect story-wise, I would just do it, I think.
Okay. How would you go about doing that, though?
So I imagine I would probably go there with Grin and say, basically to him, you know all these people on this ship?
Not personally, no. But I'll trust them with my life. Do you know why?
Always a good sign.
I trust them because they're my people. Scoffs don't betray scoffs.
I appreciate your trust in them, but I can't say that I necessarily feel the same. And if you wouldn't mind just talking to a few of them, making sure, I mean, even if they don't think that, even if they don't have any intention of doing anything wrong, if just one of these people happens to tell a family member who tells someone else who gets shaken up by the blue coats, if we could just split up and make sure none of these people are gonna go talking.
Their families, right? And that's Joff. That's not Grin. Oh. Yeah. Okay. And Grin will go to each and every one of them, and get to know them a little, and share his flask, and just try and get the measure of them.
Yeah,
how do you like?
This guy will kind of go off and do pretty much the same. I imagine we'll probably talk to some of the same people.
Yeah.
But
and actually, Grin probably is introducing you, Sky, so that they know I'm being deferential towards you, because that will help.
All right. So, but like, are you going to their family homes? Do you meet them at Kellen's? Do you meet them at other locations?
On the boat.
We're surveying the boat. We're at the docks, surveying the boat and meeting the crew.
Right, but you said that you want to make sure that none of their family goes off and potentially
we just want to
whispers
make sure
information.
that they're not telling their families.
Yeah.
We're not talking to their families. We just want to make sure that
we're not talking to the families. We're talking to them and making sure they know this is secret.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this an investigation, or is this just a casual conversation? Or is this like, is this,
It's more of a conversation, making sure they haven't already, or they're not going to.
All right, so this is where we get into a fortune roll. Because you said it's a casual conversation versus an investigation. I gave you a leading question, you answered it. Thank you. I love it when fate comes in. All right. So, 1d6 for sheer luck. What major advantages do you guys have other than sheer luck in this case? Other than the fact that Joff is Grin is Jinx Gotifer, I'm going to give you that automatically as an additional +1 die.
Well, that's all I've got. Bribing them?
The fact that this is we've acquired a ship that is going off on this is a ship that was going to go off of their shipment anyways, so their families probably wouldn't be too questioning in the first place. They were going to set off.
Right, but they're already going off on a shipment. So the question you acquired the asset, but what did you tell them you needed the ship, the transport for?
They're smuggling people. That's what we told them. They're probably done it before, and they'll do it again. We're actually
Absolutely. But why are they? I mean, why are they smuggling people away from Duskfallen? Because Duskfallen is actually seen as, essentially a hodgepodge, a center where people go to in order to escape other parts of the Imperium.
No, that is a really good question.
They're criminals from the Imperials in Duskfallen. They've got too much wanted level on their heads here.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Good story. Gives you an additional die. Anything else?
I got nothing.
Yeah.
Ladies, Trend? All right. I'm going to take one of those away as a disadvantage because you're lying to them about what it is that you're actually doing.
Right.
You are smuggling people, but that's not the intent. So, rolling 2d6. And you guys get a 6. Good job.
Nice.
Okay, so you do have a conversation with him. One of them gets a little bit curious. He happens to be the first mate on the ship. But with enough prodding of drink and, some taking care of the circumstance for that particular individual, you are able to convince him to keep his mouth shut, and the captain says that you get him to trust. So that they are not going to be a leak of information for you in this particular circumstance. Now, with that in play, is there anything else that you're going to do prior to the start of the score?
Actually, I did forget to do something. There's literally only one person in Duskfallen that Grin cares about, and that's Mercy, the contract killer.
Okay. So, but is that one of the people that you're going to save?
That's the person. That's the only person he cares about getting out of Duskfallen.
Okay. So from the progress clock on the long-term project, that conversation goes successfully regardless.
Okay.
So is there a narrative circumstance that you want to share about that?
There could be, but I'm looking at the time and I'm not worried about it.
Well, I realize that we're kind of pushing on the clock, but I'd like to at least hear a narrative description of that conversation regardless.
Sure. Okay. Mercy doesn't actually have a base of operations. She can always be found at the Devil's Tooth. It's the same as Grin. They're two of many people that can always be found at the Devil's Tooth. She is actually the sister of Jinx's best friend, now deceased.
Okay.
And he promised his friend a long time ago that he would care for his sister. She doesn't need caring for. She's a contract killer. She's fine. But he's very attached to her, and he owes it to his friend, and he owes it to her and to himself to save her. So he warns her. Oh,
does he take her on the ship?
Yes, he wants her on the ship, and I've just remembered there is someone else, and unfortunately she's an Imperial.
Okay, so question on Mercy before we get into the Imperial.
Yeah.
Do you have that conversation at the Devil's Tooth?
Yes. No.
I need to know the circumstances of that conversation.
I'm trying to think of a way that I can get her to visit me at Kellen's now that I've relocated. She may know perhaps Grin and Mercy actually do have a system for contacting each other outside of couriers, but I'm trying to think what that is. That's difficult.
Dead drops? Dead drops are...
Let's say that they utilize dead drops to get in touch with each other. And also, the moment Mercy identifies that Grin has gone to ground, because she'll know that Donovan's is destroyed, she'll know how to reach out to find him, and she would do that through Kellen's. So they end up meeting at Kellen's, and he informs her of the crazy plan.
In the back room, right?
In the back room.
Using the same security process as you used them before. Okay, yeah. Great. Fine. That's the first person you're trying to save. What about the second? Tell me about this
And
Imperial.
I'm of two minds here. Louise, would you mind reminding me of her name before I butcher it?
Samandra.
Samandra. Okay, long story short, according to the 13-page story that Louise wrote, which we're sticking to, if someone can provide a link to it in chat, it would be incredible. It's the 13 pages which basically describe the life and times of Jinx Gotifer. And I have overlaid it with Grin's backstory. Samandra was raised she wasn't really an orphan. Grin was an orphan. She was the daughter of the, what do we call her, Louise? A mistress? She was
the niece of the matron at the orphanage.
The matron, thank you very much. And he was very fond of her and she was very fond of him, and the Unity War kicked off and everything got messed up, and Jinx basically enlisted as soon as he could. He returned home and he enlisted. And during the course of the war, he was captured and he was bound into his first contract, which basically the Imperials leveraged to make him kill his people, his brethren. They put him back on the front lines under contract, and he was forced to kill Skovs.
Dun, dun, dun.
But the only reason he took that contract rather than just let them kill him was because Samandra asked him to. She was an Imperial officer. She grew up to become an officer, and he grew up to become a captain. And she begged him to take the contract, and he did. He loves her. So he loves Samandra, and he kind of loves Mercy, and he wants to save both of them. But Samandra's an Imperial, and he doesn't have a way to reach her. She's the kind of person that he just keeps eyes on, or uses other people to keep eyes on, just so that he knows what she's up to. This would jeopardize.
Given that explanation, you would know where she is.
Yeah, I know where she is. I know where she is stationed. I know where she operates from. This could jeopardize everything. I'm trying to think what Jinx would actually do.
Who does he love more?
Hashtag what would Jinx do?
Louise,
It still works, WWJD!
WWJD, son!
That's what that stands for. That's what that has always stood for.
I need to leverage you, Louise. What would Jinx Gotifer do?
Oh God, I don't know. I'm not him. You are.
You wrote him. You wrote it,
and it was kind of a tragic love story. And this is what led. The contract is what led Jinx to kill his best friend on the front line.
I want to be in charge of this.
He killed his best friend.
Do you guys want to determine? I tell you what, Joff. Why don't you roll a d6 or a d10? Just to determine, make it randomness. You could even do a fortune roll if you want. And we could talk about it that way. But I think the simplest answer is for you to roll. Although I will tell you this, from a narrative perspective, and from a story-driven perspective, I think you would try to save her.
I think you would.
I think you would. And then it's actually, I think there's a conversation with her, and then there's a fortune roll to determine what she does with that information.
Oh, no. You guys did a long-term project. You will successfully get her out.
And she still loves you.
And she still loves you.
Oh, no, my heart. My heart can't handle.
Mercy and Samandra on the same boat. That'll be fun.
That'll be fun.
Oh, that would be absolutely fun. But again, with all of that wonderful explanation aside, where is she currently?
I need to look at the map. She operates from White Crown. We're going to say she would. She's a middling rank officer. I'm trying. I don't know what to call her.
Just be like Romeo and Juliet and go underneath her balcony and be like, "Yo, girl, we going."
There you go.
I'm wondering if I could send her So the couriers are operating or are not currently operating?
They are operating. The circumstances with which Hocus had reported about them moving between the noble houses has stopped dead, which he lost his job for, according to Hocus.
Then it's a letter. It's going to be a letter. It's not a meeting in person. It's literally a letter addressed to her. Oh gosh! And if that letter gets intercepted, okay.
Would he tell her to come and get on our boat, or would he just tell her get out of Duskfallen?
I think you would tell her to come meet him.
That's what I was saying.
Dang it, guys!
I'd say he probably wouldn't say come
It's
get on the
already a
boat. He'd say
success.
meet me in this place at this time.
Right. It's already a success. She is going to get out based on the long-term project. What I need to know is if he's going to meet her, where are they going to meet? What is the narrative situation there?
I'm going to tell her to meet me at Northport, and I'm going to give her the date and the approximate time.
You're telling her to meet you outside of
The lightning.
Okay, hang on. Where is the closest? Let me have a look. The Radiant Energy Farms, Ealeries.
You were asking her, the love of your life, to meet you in a location outside of the. Even that's going to look a little suspicious.
What is the meaning of this, Jinx?
Look, it's very simple. It's very simple. Just tell her that you want to take a walk with her through the Radiant Energy Farms. Just have her meet you in Barracleft.
That's what I'll do. That's exactly what I'll do. I'll tell her to come to the glorious eel farms so that we can
Not the
stare at
eel farms,
eels.
the Radiant Energy Farms.
Oh, the Radiant Energy Farms. Radiant Eel Farms. That sounds better.
You want to make sure she comes.
We
along,
haven't talked
too?
to each other properly for like 10 years, and now you ask me to meet you here, outside of...
The eeleries are separate from the Radiant Energy Farms.
Yes.
Just so we're clear.
This isn't exactly the romantic reunion I was expecting.
Are we really going to do this? We're really going to do this?
Yes. This is making those 13
Okay.
pages worth writing. Please
Right.
do this.
Okay. Samandra, trouble's coming. A storm's coming. You need to leave Duskfallen.
That's what you said the last 13 times.
And this time I mean it. Samandra, I'm not joking. This isn't no jokes this time. I'm not teasing you. You need to get out of the city.
And what about this situation? It makes me... Why should I believe you that I should just leave everything behind once again? Once again to just run about on your ridiculous adventures. You just have to be that legend. You always have to be a legend. You have to live the myth rather than living the truth that you're just a man with a sly smile and a bit of a scar on your face.
I tried to leave the myth behind. I tried. You remember when you told me to take the contract? Take the contract, Jinx. Take
You
it.
take every contract now.
So you've been okay. So that answers that. Okay, you have been keeping eyes on me. I'm flattered.
Why wouldn't I be keeping eyes on you? I wanted to make sure you weren't going to do something stupid. But why would I be surprised that you did? I don't know why she's Irish, guys.
That's great. Keep going with it. It's
Please, yes, it's great.
The scarfs are supposed to be a mix of Scandinavian and kind of Gaelic. They are kind of a mishmash.
Well, Samandra's not Scov. She's
Yeah, she's not
Imperial.
Scov.
Oh, that's right. I don't know why she's Irish.
She just is.
Nobody knows why she's
orphanage
Irish.
voice.
She just is.
Oh, see, what I just did there was I mixed Mercy and Samandra, so I'm an asshole.
Oh, so there you go. You're still mixing the two of us together. You just can't make up your mind.
You don't know.
What about this is meant to make me believe you this time? Tell me the truth. It's about time you gave me the God honest truth. Swear to it. Swear to it on the mercy of Jinx. The mercy of Jinx. Yeah, mercy.
I got it. I never told you. I never told you how I got out of the contract. The contract?
The contract. Yeah, tell me. Tell me what I want to hear. Or tell me what I don't want to hear. Just tell me the bloody truth this time.
By having me take that contract, you forced me to kill my brethren. I did that. I did that for you. I took the damn contract and I killed my people. And worse than that, I killed my best friend for you. And
I'm listening.
that act, killing him, that lifted the contract.
So you're telling me you're
Oh.
finally a free man?
And also the fact that I had the contract holder killed. But don't worry about that. I don't know what to tell you, Samandra. It's happening. It's happening.
It's happening.
I'm starting the war again. And it's going to be my people versus your people. And I don't want you to be here. I can't make you leave. I can't make you leave.
And you're a free man this time. Not held to any contract. This is but something you wish to do on your own.
This is all me.
Have you got any
There's-
whiskey?
Have I got any whiskey? I pull out a couple flasks. Just take your pick.
You realize if you cheers to me with this, it means that you have to stick to this time. You're not just going to disappear and become some sort of freaking legend that I just end up telling everybody about in the bars like I don't know who you are.
Really? You're going to bars and talking about Jinx Godiffer? Really? Oh, okay. I suppose that
people
actually
ask me.
helps. I suppose that helps. Sure. Okay. You can't tell anyone. You can't tell anyone.
Right, I got it. I can't tell a soul. Now, will you drink to me on this or not?
Is your aunt still alive?
I mean, she's of ill health, but
No. Don't tell her. Don't tell her especially.
well, no, Aunt Patsy, she just talks way too much. She's got a gob on her, has that one. I started telling her everything ever since she got the Zalmers, you know? So,
God damn it, Alex.
So is it official that she's coming with you now?
Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay.
cheers
I've
to you,
never
Jinx
been
Godiffer.
happier in all of my life.
In,
Cheers to you, Jinx
in the
Godiffer.
course of that conversation, I just keep hearing Erasure's "How I Love to Hate You."
So
Huh.
when you talk to Samandra, at the end of it, when she has finally agreed to come with you, she says one other thing, and she hands you a white envelope. And on one side, she says, "This was given to me to hand off to you, and apparently you would know. It was handed to me some time ago." But she,
There you go. Take this
on the
shit.
front is just written a simple word, "Sky." And on the back, you see this symbol.
Ah,
And
Throw
it is
in the
sealed.
sea.
It is sealed.
Oh, I want to open it.
You're more than welcome to open it, but it is
No.
sealed.
No.
And she tells you a tall tale about some chap, quite tall and very kind of thin, who dressed all in white.
Cool. That means nothing to Grin. Okay. And I I walk away from Samandra and I return to Sky with this envelope. Here, go on.
Do you tell him the circumstances with which you received it?
No. Well, I tell him
the outfit.
I tell him a version of it, which is, "Oh, this came to me. Obviously, it's for you." And yes, the description of, or pass along the description that I received from Samandra of this man.
You
in
pass
the white
along
suit.
the description, but you don't say anything about Samandra herself.
No, and by now Sky knows I've been talking to a hell of a lot of people, so I would like to think Sky would assume it came through my channels.
Yeah, another Scovelander. If I know it's from Nick's homeless network, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the description matching Nick's?
No.
Oh, is that a description I recognize of anyone?
No.
Who the hell?
Do you open the letter?
Hocus,
It's Anthrax.
Hocus.
You're dead.
Actually, I'll tune to this myself if I can to make sure it's not.
You are more than welcome to.
I'm terrified.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. This
Yes,
isn't
you
free
are.
play, but this is this is essentially going to be treated like an investigation. So position and effect will have some importance on it.
All right, so
So go ahead and attune.
controlled.
Yeah, you're in a pretty controlled circumstance right now.
Limited.
I'd call it standard, given what I know
Okay, sure.
metagame wise. And you're welcome to use either Hocus's assistance or try to throw anything else at it. Push yourself, take a devil's bargain.
Hocus, you want to help me out on this one?
If I help him, what is it?
Gives him an additional die, and you take 1 stress.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, let's roll.
Okay. So you getting more and more well practiced at attuning to the ghost field. You kind of slip in, and the letter looks pretty normal for the most part. It's not especially vibrant in the ghost field, although it does have some little residual energy. But this symbol that you see glows brightly, but it glows brightly white. And the colors that you've seen things vibrate before have been in hues of pink and red. This glows white, or blue. This glows white. Hocus, this throws you for a loop. You have never seen anything vibrate in the ghost field with a white frequency before. Like this is a puzzle for you.
Hocus, why is it glowing like that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I open it.
The letter reads S, comma, your thirst for revenge is understandable, but your ambition should be greater. Should you wish to join us, we would love to have you. There is a date and time indicated on the envelope, 3 weeks from this particular date, at a hotel inside of Brightstone. Brightstone, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, I think. And it is signed with a bass clef. Nothing else.
Hocus, in your times as courier, you ever know anyone who's signed their letters with a bass clef? I'm not much of a musician myself.
Remember, as a courier, it was not my practice to open the letters.
What about this symbol on the outside? Seen that?
Have I? No.
You've never seen that symbol before.
No, not at all.
Right. Well,
Does anybody share the description of the individual with Hocus? I'm curious.
I'd probably mention it.
Do you or don't you? Is that it's just
I would.
You would totally?
Yeah.
Okay. So Hocus, based on that description, you would know that there was a time at one point when you did a delivery, when you first started, after you first started for the couriers in Duskfallen, some years ago, you delivered to somebody who matched that description at the particular hotel that you're talking about. But that was years ago. But it stood out for you and stood in your mind because that person vibrated even under normal vision.
And that is rather curious.
Catch their name by chance?
They never left their name.
No.
Right. Well, it's an interesting proposition, but it don't much matter. Ambition is one thing, but that's not what we're after here. Someone trying to make use of our vengeant wills is exactly why this city needs to burn. So I say we get moving then.
Is it time?
I want to do one very, very, very quick thing before we go on to the score.
Okay.
I want to, in Night Market or wherever, I want to specifically go to the quote-unquote homeless person who I saw before suspiciously leaving after I asked him a question, and I'd like to hand him a letter. I'd like to say, I think, this is for...
Okay.
And then I'm just going to walk away.
Excellent. Now I'm going to give you a handout in Roll20 for you to actually be able to pass off to him at some point. So I'll set that up after just a second. So all of the circumstances are going on, and as you guys are preparing for the score, your Rook network actually reports back in. They share with you a couple of things. The first is, with all the violence that has gone on in Crowsfoot, there has been a murder of significance. It has been the alderman of Crowsfoot. It was believed he was murdered by the Crows because they thought he was on the payroll of the Red Sashes. And new elections are going to be held within a month for the new alderman of Crowsfoot. There was an explosion in Crowsfoot at a nondescript warehouse where it was believed that there was a secret negotiation going on between the Red Sashes, the Crows, and the Lampblacks. It just happened, and they're making you aware of it now. The third thing is that there is a huge gala going on in Six Towers at the ruins of the church that you all took interest in. And it is being attended by most of the nobility, the noble families, Leviathan captains, that kind of a thing, as a gala for rechristening the church as a part of the Church of the Ecstasy of the Flesh. Of significance, the Lord representatives for the Lord Governor and the Imperial military are also there. And there was also some really strange individuals. And one of the things that they took note when they came to report to you was that there was this really interesting carriage that showed up, all in white, incredibly ornate, with a beautiful albino goat that was 10 foot tall from hoof to head. And it stood out to them, and they figured it's something that they haven't seen before.
Thank you for your continued reports. valuable information.
Okay.
Who wants to go to a gala? I feel like it's about time we crashed a party.
Well, that party's gonna be crashed one way or another.
Hopefully by a Leviathan.
All right. So, are you guys ready to do your score?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, what type of score is this?
The destroy the city score, please.
Okay, that's fair.
We could also call it smuggling a Leviathan into the city.
Yeah, we're smugglers and we're smuggling Leviathans.
Is it assault? Is it transport? Is it a cult? I mean, come on, you've got plenty of
Start
opportunities.
the Leviathan cult.
The worst part is that it's a little bit of all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit of transport going on.
There's a bit of smuggling. There's a little bit of assault.
smuggling,
Little tiny
a
bit of
little bit of
assault.
assault, a
And
little bit
we've
of,
practically formed a cult now.
cultish. Yeah.
No, we're bringing in the
Demolition.
Yeah. So
We're trying to bring in a kaiju.
I need a plan so I understand what to ask you for a detail and then go from there. So again, your options are assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, or transport.
No idea.
I'd
probably
say
assault. Let's be
Ultimately,
Yeah.
ultimately it's assault.
ultimately assault.
Okay. So with that in mind, what's the point of attack? Is that the tower?
Yes,
Which one?
Or sorry,
The-
not southern. The
the vulnerable one.
Do
Right?
we want
Are
to
we
go
going
for the
with the
vulnerable
vulnerable
one or the one that's closer to Barrow Cleft?
So this is the one that's more vulnerable. This one is the closer to the circumstances of your.
But it is more heavily trafficked because it's being repaired or upgraded or whatever.
Yeah, there's something going on there.
If we get the Scovlins to run at it, that'll distract them, and then
with,
bam.
with some repairs going on, I feel like it'd be pretty easy to pose as some workers, plant some explosives, and possibly make it out on the other side. Don't you
Easy,
that.
easy, you say.
Yeah, easy.
Easy.
Look,
Easy.
We go over
Oh,
to
everything
the,
is easy if we play a little game with them. We made up the rules after all.
rules are ours to
Like.
make. So I say we go for that one. Cause the most destruction and get us a quicker exit.
Okay, so you're going to attack this one then, posing
Yes.
as. So it sounds like almost it's not a straight out assault. It almost sounds like deception. And the method of
now.
deception.
Oops.
Well, the method of deception is you're going to pose as spark rights, because spark rights are responsible for the technology that is the lightning barrier.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay, great. So I guess I'm going to ask, what is your item loadout? What does it look like? What are you guys carrying?
Explosives, number one. Number two.
Well, yeah,
explosives.
obviously, but that's an
explosives.
asset that you've already set up.
Yeah. I'd say subterfuge supplies, so I don't have my normal face in case there's anyone looking for me. Concealed palm pistol. It's pretty much my standard loadout.
Okay. Saying standard loadout just works, because I know that you guys have a typical thing that you carry with you.
Mhm.
What about the rest of you?
Standard, same for me.
Okay.
Heavy.
Standard.
Okay.
Normal.
All right, guys, it's time for the engagement roll. Now remember, you can't use a crit here. So this is really up to fate.
Mhm.
1d6 for sheer luck. Where are the advantages, guys? What works in your favor?
I got one from my ability because I gathered information for it.
Okay, so you get 2d6.
We can disguise ourselves with Ari's great disguising, and we can forge documentation with Hocus's great forging.
I don't have great forging.
But
I
you've
have
forged
document-
before.
I do have documents as one of my items. So fake documents I do have on hand.
I have a fine cover identity as a bureaucrat from the city council. I could pose as someone who's basically leading a crew of like backup contractors to come and just inspect how the construction's going.
We all love each other.
That sounds like an additional die for the cover and the disguises and everything else. So there's a bit of work that goes into that. So that's 3d6.
One of my abilities is Strange Methods, which gives me pluses to crafting things, very much like a Sparkwright. So potentially I could have some knowledge of what they are doing and pass that off as, yes, we're here to help.
I do have a very high amount of sway as well.
Okay, so I think that that's going to come into play inside of the circumstances of individual roles. I think that Hocus makes a good point about that having some impact on the initial element of this. So that sounds like 4d6. Is there anything else that you guys think of from a major advantage?
Other than my trance powder, I can't think of anything else.
Yeah.
Like, we're just gonna come in and do some, work on this weaker boulder barrier.
This boulder.
I think that's probably.
I think that's it. That sounds like it.
So 4. Now, major disadvantages in this situation.
None. Thank you.
You're planning the
Moving on.
destruction of the city, right? In a very graphic way. So there's a lot of risk involved with that, right? I mean, you're walking into a situation where you're like, hey, we're Sparkwrights. I'm a city official. I've got explosives. Let's go ahead and cause some havoc. All right. So I think that there's a sheer inherent risk of the circumstance in this case. Can you guys think of any other disadvantage in this situation?
Well,
does the crew have the crew's never interacted with the Sparkwrights before, correct?
No, we haven't.
No.
So that's not going to sway either way.
Maybe the fact that we've actually kind of let some people know.
Yeah.
In order to try and save them, but still we've let people know of our plan. It's not exactly the most secret of secrets.
I think that still falls in the inherent loss of the first die because it's so risky. So I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you, but I don't want to penalize you twice for something that I'm already penalizing you for in respect of it.
Cool.
I'm okay with that.
I hope so. Go ahead, sorry, Trent.
The inherent risk factor of the fact that we're planning. I mean, I think we are all pretty damn well committed to the idea that this could very well claim our lives, and we're cool with it. I mean, we hope it doesn't happen, obviously, but if it does, it's for the cause. So I would almost say that counters your subtraction of the fact that it's so risky. We know it's risky. That's why we're here.
Okay. I could see that being a particular case, but that applies for you guys. That doesn't necessarily apply to the point that that Ari just brought up, which is so many people know that there's something that's going on, so that there's even though you guys took the precaution of, looking at the crew on the ship, there are so many other individuals who are aware that the circumstances of this situation could get out of control. They're not sure what. But there's an inherent risk in talking to so many people about it.
And how long has it been since we've done that? Has there been time for that information to disseminate to these guys?
A slip up. I'm not saying that's going to be a Sparkwright. That's not what the engagement role is. The engagement role determines the starting situation, right, and the potential of things going great or going awry. Okay. So the potential is that. Even in, like Ari going off and talking to Kyra, and to Kyla, can't remember how to say the name correctly, and the blue coat, right? He would still have to go back, unless she told him, leave now and meet me here, and he would go directly and do that. Even that might cause some suspicion about him leaving his job or him not showing up to work the next day, even if it is like a 12-hour span, right? So there is an inherent risk in in so many people knowing that there's a circumstance there.
Okay.
So I agree with you on the point that you're talking about, where you guys are all accepting of that. There's a circumstance where it's more than just you that's accepting your own in probable death.
Okay.
I think we're good to go, really.
I'm actually going to throw a monkey wrench into this and give you a second disadvantage that I'm not going to tell you about, but there's a factor playing off in the background.
Damn shrouds! Damn shrouds!
So yeah, there's a second factor going off in the background. All right, so that's going to be 2d6 for this engagement roll. Okay, so let's see what happens. That's a 3.
3. Right.
Okay. So when you get to the door we're going to start right at the door. You get to the door of the lightning tower, showing up with the rest of you all pretty much dressed up as Sparkrights, and Sky coming in as the city council representative. There is clearly a level of suspicion when they allow you inside of the door. So they are currently watching all of you a little bit as you enter. And this is what you find when you enter the lightning tower. So you make your way through Barrowcleft towards the lightning tower in the agreed upon location where you're all going to meet up. And when you're approaching the lightning tower, you get a real sense of understanding what these things are. They're essentially incredibly large energy generators of electroplasm, right? And they focus all of that refined Leviathan blood into these large, just towers of metal and wiring, and they just look like gigantic monstrosities that shoot 50 and 60 feet into the air. I mean, most of the structures in Duskfallen are 3 to 4 stories tall, right? These things tower in comparison, and they are like these monolithic singular structures, right? And so with these generator structures are all along the way, because this is what we're describing, there are also these other towers that are just basically incredibly tall poles that help focus that energy between the two generators, right? And it's like an electrical circuit. They're generating, to go between those 2 points. And so when you enter there, it's loud and it smells a little bit like a generator burning fuel. And you come inside and you see that basically the ground floor of this thing is this really wide sort of claustrophobic setting with all of these like generator machines that are just going off loud, and there's people all around maintaining, and there's an empty open area in the center of it where there's a bunch of containers that are filled with replacement parts and other pieces that are being used. And so there's lots of activity back and forth. So when you come in, you're not immediately noticed once you get past the door, but there is a lot of people around here. I mean, they're all over. I mean, there's at least 15 or 20 in this room of this just sort of condensed circumstance. And you see that, along the edges of the internal part of the structure, there are stairways that lead up to second and third and fourth levels as you can see up these stairs. But there's a flat, there's a roof essentially between each of these levels, so you can't actually see up into the tower itself right now. How do you guys want to proceed?
They've let us inside?
You did get inside. Your credentials were enough to get you inside, but they looked at you suspiciously when you came inside. And when you got inside, it's just there's a ton of people there. I mean, there's not a place for you to essentially have like a brief respite. There's no place where you're not visible or somebody is aware of your presence.
Do we know of a way, like, so once we destroy this tower, would it be as simple as walking through, more or less? Or will we need to get over something?
Well, that depends on how you plant the explosives. I mean, is your desire to topple the entire structure? Was that the intent? I mean, because the way that you guys work the long-term project, the explosive is going to matter. I mean, it's going to fit whatever your plan is, right? If it's to topple the structure and bring the entire tower down, that's one thing. Mm-hmm. If it's to disable all the generators inside of the structure, that's doable too. Right, so it really depends on what your intent is in making the explosion happen.
I think we have to take the whole tower down if we want them to not be able to repair it. So that would be the plan.
And there's no reason why we couldn't just walk through as usual, not bring any attention to ourselves, to get to the place where we have to destroy the barrier. And what if just like almost like there was a gas leak, a thing of trancey powder just made everybody like fall asleep on the lower levels and not pay any attention to what's going on.
It's funny you mentioned a gas leak, actually. If we were to tell them, if we were to say, you know, we're inspectors here and we were to tell them that we've investigated and found a gas leak and we need everyone to evacuate, that would certainly work. Or not certainly, but possibly. So I'm kind of okay with that idea. Although a gas leak wouldn't mean much because we're like outdoors, actually.
Well, you're in a structure though. You're in an enclosed structure,
Okay.
right? And it's incredibly claustrophobic and loud because even though it's quite a large structure. I mean, when I imagine these things, right, I imagine them like, you know, some of the really tall radio towers, but there's like a base structure below that tower, and in that base structure that goes up like 4 or 5 stories is the generators, all the generators, right? And above that is the actual antenna, the focal point of where all that energy grows as it broadcasts along these other points. So, you're in a condensed space. I mean, you could argue that there's something that could, you know, that could happen like that.
All right, crew. Would you mind investigating, going to check out along the generators, making sure that there's no gas leaks or everything's up to standard here?
Are you talking to us or to everybody else who's here?
To the crew.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, of course, I could do that. And I'll walk over to Grin. And I'll kind of glance over at Sling somewhat apologetically. And I'll look at her and I'll say, so can you check that one? And as I'm doing this, I'm going to reach into Grin's jacket and grab one of the vials of lure. And just kind of point various people at various things. And I'm going to take the vial with me, snap it open, and put droplets of it in. As I'm kind of walking through, just kind of leaning in to look at things and letting droplets of lure pour out so that the vapor, as it begins to vaporize, you can smell it from, you know, wherever it's coming from, and eventually kind of going, you smell that? And so
Okay.
You just lace the area with drugs.
kinda.
Great.
So Sling is like this. Mm.
Sling was like, she was like, all right, Cyril. She was working, and she was like, just that slow turn of.
I have a question, and then I'm gonna ask about everybody else's circumstance, and then I may have you roll something because this is one of those cases where I'm gonna actually ask you for a roll.
Okay.
Grin, how does Hocus know that? Does anybody else know besides Sling that you have those drugs?
Yeah, we were all standing there when he said,
Yeah. And I gave it to
all
her.
right.
That's true.
All right.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. I want to be reminded about that because I forgot about that particular circumstance because you guys did so much else last week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I forgot.
Exactly, which is why I was asking. All right, so all of that's good. Okay, where is everybody else? So if Grin is the vial is being pulled from Grin's jacket, Hocus is going around and starting to do that and kind of looking in. What is everybody else doing?
I imagine Ari and I.
I'm here to fix the gas leak, see? I heard there was a gas leak or something need fixing, so I'm here to fix it.
I believe that is 3 critical successes lined up.
Yeah, there we go.
I was gonna say, I think Sky and Ari are probably just standing, looking at each other, talking with a clipboard out, writing things down.
Okay, then we're doing
Clipboard.
that.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's how you know that's official. I'm just like, yep, okay.
Nobody wants to talk to the dude with
Seems
clipboard.
good.
Okay, so what is Sling doing?
She's having a great time. Thanks for asking. Moving on.
Are you just kind of loitering there, watching all this go down?
Well, she was told to go and do the thing, and so she started doing the thing, and then the drugs started happening, and so she's, it's going well. Things are great.
Thank you for thinking about it in that respect. I'm going to probably ask you for the similar role. Okay. And this might be one of those cases where you want to use one of your crits.
Or my
Now.
crit fail.
Or your crit fail, which
This
could be even
glorious.
This could be glorious and bad. So, Hocus,
Uh-huh.
ever had any experience with lure before?
I've seen it.
You can have a whale of a time.
That's the actual answer I was expecting. Now, what do you think is the right attribute? And by attribute, I mean insight, prowess, or resolve. Which do you think is the right attribute for Hocus to be rolling when dealing with the effects of lure?
I'm going to go with resolve.
I think that's a good answer.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have some great experience in the ghost field
Mm-hmm.
with attunement, but you're still going to deal with all of these vapors just kind of coming in and forcibly, kind of shifting you into the ghost field. So, great.
Yep.
Would you roll me a resistance roll?
Nope. Yeah, okay, I guess maybe I will.
Well, if you don't want to, I mean, if you want to automatically fail this, I'm more than happy to set the circumstance.
When
But-
I say no, what I mean is no, not without you telling me where and how I do that.
you click on resolve.
Oh, well, see? I would be happy to. I thought it was going to be something weird and kinky.
Oh, it was definitely going to be weird and kinky, but that involves Mike, and that's after the show.
Oh, the ecstasy of the flesh.
Not so
I'm off to a
ungay
gala.
cactus.
Okay.
Okay.
So bonus dice.
Make me an argument for a bonus die here.
Because you're stupid. No, not that kind of argument. Sorry.
Sure, why not?
Okay. All right.
No,
Oh,
no, seriously.
okay.
You-
You're indecisive. There's the other one.
You've got four pips in resolve right now, so you are sitting pretty. I'm more than happy to hear an argument for it, but
Wait, I have 4 pips in resolve.
so the way the attributes work when you roll resistance, it uses the pips that are on the left side of the line.
Okay.
So you have one in each of those in resolve. So you have essentially 4 die for your resistance roll to start off with. You could push yourself, you could take a devil's bargain, or you can just let the chips fall where they may.
I think we'll do the chips. I think.
All right, sounds good.
Do I have any salsa? No. Okay. Chips. 5.
5. So you're dabbling this around, and you're just kind of dipping, and I guess you're moving along the first floor. Is that correct? So you're kind of dabbling and looking at different machinery, and you do a drop here, you do a drop there. The smoke, the vapors of the lure begins to kind of cook off and you're getting little puffs of the vapor kind of moving around, and it's just like it's not anything new to you when you start to almost automatically kind of slip into the ghost field real quick. You realize that the circumstances are that this more than likely was going to happen. Like you thought about this when you chose this. So you see little things, you see little aspects of glowiness all around, coming from the refined ectoplasm that's held in barrels, the way the machines work. You don't see any spirit activity though, right? Because this is a lightning barrier, right? This is a well-maintained component of the Imperium's technology. However, the consequences, even though this is a 5, it is a success, there is some level of a consequence. One of the guys that's working next to you when you drop one of these isn't moving away from it, and he's been breathing it in deeply for about a minute when he starts to overreact to something, and he starts flipping out, and he starts going crazy, right? And he's looking around, and he sees you as the last person that was by him, and immediately rushes you and screams monster.
True.
What are you doing? Like, he is rushing at you full bore, like screaming monster, and it's attracting the attention of everybody else.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm going to try to kind of, as soon as I see him start to freak out, I'll just kind of let go of the vial in between some of the generators.
Oh, okay.
So that it's not on me.
Okay.
And then I'm like, what? And as I'm trying to, scramble backwards, and as he gets to me, try to, divert him off to one side.
Okay. So how does that work? Is it like just you're going to essentially carry him with momentum like you would in like an Aikido situation?
Yeah.
All right. So again, this is going to be a roll of some kind.
Yeah.
What do you think this is? I mean, do you think this is essentially a resistance roll, or is this more like a?
I think this is either finesse or skirmish.
Okay. You mean your choice?
Well, I have a pip in finesse, and I don't have one in skirmish. So
again, it is your choice. So go ahead.
Finesse, because I'm not actually applying any force to him. I'm just redirecting his. So
okay.
Finesse. So probably risky.
Absolutely.
Under the circumstances, maybe more.
I'm willing to hear an argument for desperate. I mean, if you really want to.
Given what we're here to do, the fact that we are heavily laden with explosives, I think it's very logical that it could potentially be desperate.
Okay, sure.
I argue risky because we are all here, so there is some element of control to it. You're not precisely on your own.
Okay.
Is Grin anywhere near this?
I don't know. Is Grin anywhere near this?
That was going to be, are you? Was going to be my...
I would say I am, and I have that really handy-dandy bodyguard special ability.
Okay.
Where I could interpose myself and then literally put the guy down.
I'm okay for that as well. Does that bodyguard ability require a roll of any kind?
Oh, I'm sure.
What do you mean by put the guy down? Because I feel like that might be a bad idea.
less this and more just smacking him down. Literally just cold
knocking him out.
Yeah. Slap. Yeah.
Does it require a roll of any kind?
When you protect a teammate, you take +1d to your resistance. When you, that's literally it.
Yeah, it's a resistance roll still.
It's a resistance roll. So you could roll a resolve and take an additional die versus you trying to finesse this. What actually is in your favor from a rolling perspective, because you would already get 2d6.
Well, let's metagame this. Trend, do you want to fail? I'm all about the narrative. I'm always all about the narrative.
Kind of, but kind of not. And I've just closed all of my cameras, so I can't see you guys anymore.
Oh.
I wasn't trying to minimize it to that point.
Everyone hide.
I can see you. You're right there. Probably that. There they are. Okay. Because I wouldn't necessarily fail. I'm okay with potentially failing it. Yeah, I'm okay with potentially failing it.
Okay. Grin's not there.
Because you guys can play off that just as easily as I could.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
So we'll leave it at risky.
Okay.
Effective.
I think if he ends up making any noise of failure, I would like the idea that Ari just kind of automatically just like drops her like
Bodice? No.
not her oh no, what happened here? No, like her clipboard and pen, and just makes a racket of it. Like, oh no, like how dare I do such things?
Okay. So, still a risky situation. Effect. I think if this is going to be limited, given that you're only focused on this one individual. Although I could see an argument for standard.
Okay, my argument for that is that we all know what we're here for, and Sky knows Hocus well enough to know that he's probably got a plan.
Okay.
Maybe. So just roll with it, and that Sky would kind of look at whoever's in charge person here going, the hell is wrong with your people? Kind of thing, and moving along with that. And then Grin can come over and just grab the dude and pick him up and get him off me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think that still leaves it at limited then, right? Like, it's a matter of whether or not you push this guy off of you.
Oh, okay.
And I think
right.
whether if he succeeds in attacking you or he doesn't succeed in attacking you, either way I can be like, what the hell are you doing to him?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, limited then.
All right. You gonna take any? You gonna push yourself, or
I would love to take a devil. No.
You just totally want to take a devil's bargain. You know you want to.
I actually kind of do, but I don't.
Okay. All right.
So any other bonus dice from anybody else? No. Okay.
Unless Grin wants to help you,
which we've already decided. No. So, yep. So, roll it. Let's see what happens. 2.
Wow, that took a second for it to come up for me. Okay, so here's what happens. You begin to kind of move him aside, right? You kind of move out, but you also kind of push him. What ends up happening is, because you are not very good at the physical, right? Your focus has always been, things of a spiritual or spectral nature.
Right.
You push a little too hard, and he goes running forward past, and just kind of stumbles off to the side, and he's crazy out of his head and runs headfirst into a machine. Sorry, dog. Headfirst into a machine and knocks himself out as he falls back flat. And he's starting to bleed a little bit from his forehead. His voice was loud enough over the machines that a couple people heard, and so they're starting to and pointing. And the foreman has been gotten attention, and he's starting to move in your direction to find out what the hell's going on.
Okay, good. And the first thing Hocus is going to do is get over here to the foreman.
And the foreman comes over, looks at and asks you immediately what's going on.
I'm standing there. I'm trying to check this equipment as my boss has told me to do. And then all of a sudden, this man goes crazy and attacks me, screaming that I'm some sort of monster. I try to duck, and he just goes head first into this machine. Did you see him there?
And this is quite a big man, this foreman. He's not a Scovelander, but he's a pretty big size. And he kind of looks you down as you're explaining, and he looks at you, and he looks at your uniform, and he says, "That's not a Sparkrite uniform. Who are you?"
I walk up and behind him, and I say, "He's with me. He's not quite a Sparkrite. He's one of the people working directly with the city council as contractors for the Sparkrites."
Okay.
Let me have a look at this man right here, and I go down to the guy who's passed out, and I turn him over, and I'm like, peeling back his eyes to like see them like rolled back or whatever.
Mhm.
And I say, this man, it seems there's a gas leak in the building. Everyone needs to get out immediately.
Roll it.
Okay.
Because there's a crowd beginning to kind of surround in the activity. And
Can he get a bonus because I'm with him?
Sure can, but let me explain first. Let me explain the situation. So as you're kind of doing this, the foreman has attracted more attention by just basically coming up and getting involved in this situation. So he's standing next to you and Hocus at this point. I imagine that Grin is close by, but not super close. And I imagine Ari is going to follow to Sky as he does this. I'm not sure where Sling is. I'm very curious to hear about that because I know that she's probably also going, ooh, this is kind of nice, as there's a little bit of vapor going on. But and interspersed among that are more and more of the Sparkrite workers as they notice that there is something going on and they're starting to crowd. And now there is a good 5 or 6 of them around you, and it's a very close quarters kind of circumstance. So, roll it. What are you rolling?
Can I roll consort based on the fact that I'm leveraging my position as a city council member and saying, he's a contractor working for them?
Sure, but that identity will then not give you a bonus die. If it was sway, then that would give you a bonus die.
Okay, I'm still better off with consort.
Okay, great. So, position is risky boarding on desperate at this point.
Right.
Is there something else that you wanted to do?
No, I'd call it desperate.
Okay.
Effect, it might even be great, or it's standard or great.
Well, so we're calling it desperate. I think the effect is going to be at least standard, if not great, because the circumstances you clear the room right on a success.
Yeah.
The flip side is that there's a great amount there because it is desperate. You also could find yourself in close quarters scuffle really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So desperate, great.
Yeah.
Additional die. You're getting one immediately from Ari because she's offering you assistance, right? So that's one stress to Ari, and then you take an additional die. Are you going to push yourself? Are you going to take a devil's bargain? Is there something else that factors into this?
There is the scent of something.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is the scent of something in there. Sure. Additional die. Anything else? Is this a situation where you're going to push yourself? Or are you going to take a devil's bargain?
I'll push myself.
Okay. 2 stress.
Okay. Let's do this. 5.
So guy looks at looks down at you, looks at the circumstance, looks down at you, and says, "Okay, all right, let's everybody clear out," and grabs you and starts pushing you in the direction out and pushing your people out of here as their 2 guys move up and start to drag the body of this guy to move out. So the consequence is you succeeded in convincing him. The consequence is they're ushering you out with them.
Okay, that's fine. Can I use a flashback to say that we acquired gas masks for people?
Sure, it's going to cost you 2 stress.
Okay.
So, flashback. How do you go about acquiring the gas masks? What's the exactly? It's a a Wayne's World.
God, I almost forgot to do that then. Flashback.
So the alchemist we were working with to get the explosives would likely have some on hand, just because he's working with chemicals all day.
Okay.
So I would say we'd probably acquire them from him.
Sure. With
the intention, knowing that we would probably use a gas leak to evacuate.
Okay, fair enough.
Like trans powder, anything that might have exposed a mass crowd. We didn't want to.
Okay, so you all have gas masks. Flashback done. They are starting to push you out.
I'll let them do so.
Okay.
And as everyone's kind of huddled outside, I'll just kind of address the foreman, but also the entire crowd, and say, yes, it seems there's a rather serious gas leak going on in the building. It's a dangerous gas. The fuel that's used in the generators is quite volatile and can sometimes cause hallucinations. My crew have gas masks. We're going to go inside and try to plug up the leak. You're lucky that we came here for an inspection on this particular day.
Okay, so that's enough to convince him that as you begin to pull the masks out and he looks at your paperwork, it convinces him enough that you can move inside. What do you take?
I have a really quick question. Am I now on drugs?
You are.
Great.
But only slightly.
Just a touch.
That's just a little bit. He had like
Just
one
a touch.
vial of lure for a room.
Well, it's enough to trigger a response in her, that need sort of a thing. But it's a different kind of high, so it's not it's not like you're consuming it directly.
It's a she wants more kind of high.
Exactly. So it's not going to have a direct effect now, but it could have an effect later on. So all that's going on. Gas mask. You guys are moving inside. You now have the space to yourself. It's incredibly loud in there. The machines are still working. There is a slight smell of lure all over the place when you get inside and you pull the masks off, to which Sling goes, more. But other than that, what are you doing now?
We have no need to take the masks off if there is some trace of lure.
But we don't know
Sure.
if there's any trace of law.
Well, Hocus, we kind of know that that's what Hocus did, right?
Yeah. Okay, guys, that's I didn't mean to mechanically defer you guys or to distract you guys. So you guys are inside now. What's going on?
All right, start planning the explosives. All up the tower.
Interesting. Okay. So your plan is to line it out in a way to take down the entire structure, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay. So the first 2 floors are all machinery, and there again, there's an open space in the center of them where there is a bunch of machinery parts and tools to handle replacement of stuff. The second level, 2 of the generators appear to be down of the the mass that is up there, so you see that they're colder and quieter, and there's not a lot going on. You get up to the third structure, and there appears to be a series of breakers and switches all around this room. And when you kind of look at it, they're all labeled as control points for conduits on the tower as they shoot out. So you get to the 4th level, and that's the actual access point into the tower itself, which goes up, and now there are 10 stories, but it's an incredibly small, like tube-like structure with essentially a stairwell that leads all the way to the top. And as you begin to plant explosives, you notice that there are these points up above you. I mean, these points along the way are those actual conduits that actually funnel the energy, right? And you see the wiring, the big, thick copper wiring as it kind of, spiders along inside of the tower to do this, right? Mm-hmm. And so you get all the way to the top, and there's actually an open space where you can actually look out over Duskfallen and look into the darkness that is
The Deadlands.
Well, not only the Deadlands, but also the Void Sea, right? Okay. So you can see all of that. And all you see outside of the lightning barrier as you're kind of looking out is darkness. And off in the distance, you see a little bit of lightning kind of dancing across the land. And what you see very off, kind of off to the side, as you're looking across the Deadlands, is just an absolutely bleak setting of just dead trees and almost desert-like in a lot of ways because it's so just stark. And when you look out to the Void Sea, you can see a Leviathan ship kind of steaming out into the blackness, into the nothing. And so you've planted all of your explosives now. How are you setting them off?
I say we've got a timer on them, and we just evacuate the building. Same way we came in. Tell everyone.
Tell them it needs like a few, 10 more minutes before it's able to go back in.
Gotta be.
So they don't walk in.
Okay. Fair enough.
And then we back to our cart, and get ready for a boom, and then we're gonna straight through.
Oh, so you've got your cart prepared off to the side for you to be able to do this?
Yeah, if that's all right.
I'm just asking because I'm worried about the setup. So, okay. So you guys begin to back off, clearing out, and they start to ask you a bunch of questions. Well, if it's not safe to go inside.
No, it won't be for at least another half hour, maybe.
Well, then where do you guys? Why aren't you staying here to help us make sure that it's clear?
Oh, no, we're just going back to our cart, and we're going to be marking down some more notes.
Everything's all sorted. All of the main things are done. It's just about a matter of waiting time.
This is beginning to tick off something in the foreman as he's kind of looking at you guys as you all are, starting to move back towards your cart. And I'm assuming the cart is a little bit of distance away, right?
Mhm.
It's farther than, essentially what you expect the devastation area to be, right?
Mhm.
So as you're making that move back, there appears to be a concern on his face. So how are you guys handling this? Go ahead.
Once
Sorry.
we get to the door, I would like to
Transfer.
Okay.
so that we can persuade them all to just stay calm.
Okay. And you're just basically walking through a crowd of about 20 individuals to do this?
Yeah, because this time we don't have to worry about being in the same room.
Right.
As them to try and get through the situation. So I'd like to just be able to spread it around.
Okay. So, and
as much as possible.
So I'm the ability for you to be able to do this in an open space, but what do you tell them to do? Because they're all going to eventually come into your influence.
I'm going to tell them to stay calm and wait it out. They'll be able to go back to their business in about 20 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going
All
to
right.
give us a little bit of buffer time.
Okay. So you guys begin to back off. The circumstances of them just kind of hanging out there is just really kind of a strange situation. How long is the timer?
Probably 15 minutes.
Okay. So you back off and you're waiting there for the 15 minutes. This is where fate comes in, guys. You're going to get a fortune roll for something. It's not the explosives because you guys took a long-term project for the explosives to actually work. So I'm not going to tell you the result or what the fate roll is until we get to the result. 1d6 for sheer luck. What else plays into this as your advantage?
We're
depends on
all
what this
in
is
this
a fortune for.
together.
It's hard.
No. In this particular case, no. It's all about the. It's all about the randomness of the situation. What factors play into your advantage just in this situation in general?
We are all in this together.
That's not going to fly this time. This is an
Preparation.
actual
Our armored
There's
goats.
preparation.
been-
That's one.
Preparation.
Armored goats.
H.
Armored goats.
Sky's cover.
Sky's cover. Anything else?
Our cover.
Well,
That fits in.
yeah. The fact that, I mean, with the trance powder and the circumstances of them actually being able to smell something, there are a lot of factors of what we have said is going on is actually what is going on that kind of air in our favor.
Okay.
Circumstantial, but still.
Great. 4. Now I'm gonna remove one because what's happening is it's a shift change. New spark rights are coming in. So it's a scheduled shift change, remove of one. Removing another one because of the circumstance that they're walking up on everybody standing outside in sort of a weird trance state. So 2d6. Let's figure out where this ends up. 5. They walk up just past your cart, not sure what's going on, that they walk up. And it's really kind of confusing for them at first because there's more of them loitering as there are a number of new people, probably twice as many coming in for the next shift as there were inside there before. And so there's a bit of conversation and there's some confusion because all of those people that where you left there were under a trance. They were under a circumstance of just being passive. And so there's a lot of back and forth going on, and there's a lot of confusion, and there's some as you're watching this. But as you're watching it, you realize that there's actually a couple of children interspersed between them.
It's bringing your kids to work day. Awesome.
No, they are apprentices. They are apprentices in the Spark Rite, and they are somewhere between the ages of 10 to 13 years old.
Oh.
Would it be way too creepy right now to start singing like Mary Poppins, like
yes, it would.
Yes.
Be incredibly creepy. So that is the consequence of this circumstance, and with that, the explosives start to go off, and the explosives begin to kind of twirl around because you set the everything on the bottom of the timer, and the bombs were designed in such a way so that they would cause a chain reaction of the other explosions. So the initial explosions go off, and they go off, and they go off, and it goes up, and it dances up, and the structure begins to start to crumble under its own weight as the explosions still begin, and those people start to scatter. But the structure comes down, and with it, the lightning barrier at first begins to kind of fold in as it follows the structure along, but those conduits aren't passing the energy back and forth. And so there's just this shimmering for a second, and there's sparks, and there's all this, and some of these sparks actually come down as the building is coming down and take out a couple of the people that are below, and these people are instantly fried. None of them are the children, but the children, the apprentices get caught up with the rest as they're trying to run away, and some of them, you can't see who or what, get taken out in the crumbling. And what you see is now that barrier, that structure has all kind of crumbled down in front of you, and all you see is absolute blackness right here. So between the two towers there's absolute blackness from there. What are you guys doing?
The show must go on.
Don't look so scarce now. This is what we signed up for. Yeah.
Okay. So you cross the threshold of Duskfallen. You get to the other side. You find yourself in the old Northport. Now, what you know about Northport as a legend is that it is the first point that was considered. It was the first settlement of Duskfallen before it became a coal mining community, which is where Coleridge is. So it was the farthest point north on the map that the previous incarnation of civilization prior to the Cataclysm actually established itself. And so this is the first settlement here. So the activity here spiritually is very old. And Hocus, the moment that you're beyond that barrier, the line of that barrier, there is this sense of dreading and cold that comes over you. And as you begin to make your way through Northport towards the dock itself, it just grows even colder. The dread grows even stronger for you. And the rest of you feel it and permeate it a little bit.
I've felt it before.
Yes, I'm sure you have. But you make your way to the boat, and it is docked there, but there is no one on board that you can see on the deck.
None of the people that we communicated with.
There is nobody on the deck.
Maybe they're all just below. They're all just in the quarters, sleeping, drinking.
What do you do? I mean, what action do you take at this point?
You're muted, Joff.
Joff, you're muted.
Oh, that's a shame. I was screaming. Head for the boat. We're going. We're getting on the boat.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have a choice.
You push your way towards the boat, leaving the cart and the goats. I just want to be clear about that. You're leaving the goats behind. Those poor goats.
Can we bring the goats onto the boat? Is that possible?
Can we have a goat boat?
The ship, it's an iron ship, so it's essentially large enough for you to be able to take transport of different things. But so as you can even take your carriage onto the boat if you really want to. It would take time for you to load it, but you could.
Let's get on the boat and see what the situation is before we commit to that.
Okay, when you get onto the deck, it's still empty and it's very quiet.
Start going downstairs and looking around.
As you begin to search the boat deck by deck, and it is there are 4 decks to it below the surface. There is nobody there.
Oh shit.
I'm going to go ahead and attune and see if I can get a read on what the hell is going on.
I swear to God, if you attune and it's like, oh, the spirits of everybody you try to save is on the boat.
Go ahead, attune.
Risky, control, desperate?
I could say that this is risky or desperate. I mean,
I think desperate's pretty goddamn good, given how much work we put into this and the fact that there's no one here.
Sure. I'm also going to argue that, given that circumstance, the effect is also great.
Okay. Bonus
what about pushing devil's bargain or additional die assistance?
Is Sling far enough under the effect of lure to be able to assist?
Sure.
Yes.
I could talk to ghosts if that helps.
You would hear ghosts. So I think that both of those fall into 2 additional die. Is that what you're going to roll?
Further, I still have a box full of spirits, and however they might be reacting, which the only really fucking creepy thing would be if they were all dead silent. But I don't know how that's actually.
Well, so that will come in as a result of the attunement roll. So.
Right. Okay. So then 2 was it?
2 additional die.
2 additional die. And away we go. 5s.
That's a whole lot of 5s, man.
Yeah, I know. I was aiming for 5 5s, but I fucked it up.
There are no spirits on the boat. You can see residual life energy represented by the presence of living spirits and that residual, spark of life. However, what you do see is that there is a great deal of energy focused towards the gangplank leading down to the dock itself, as if it's a fading trail leading back into Northport.
As if everybody just walked off the boat all at once.
Yes.
Oh, they got possessed, didn't they?
And all the spirits are quiet, except for Sky's sister.
They all disembarked here.
Ari, it is definitely silent. You don't hear any spiritual activity whatsoever go on. And Sling, you see the same thing that he sees, but in a much less, there's less strong fashion of it.
Want to try talking to some of those ghosts that we do have?
They are all silent, save one. And I don't know how much help she's going to be.
What's this extra ghost, Sky? You have a ghost just lying around?
I told you, all of you, about my sister. I keep her close now.
Actually, that's right. You have it. I don't.
Mm-hmm. But you can still hear her because she's screaming.
I know. I just don't have
just
that.
Screaming? Is she saying anything interesting?
No, she's just screaming.
Oh, good. Well, I don't know what to make of this, but
What the fuck happened, Sky?
Where is everyone? Where did they go?
All right.
How did they even get here? The vials weren't even on this boat.
we had him in the cart.
We have at this point we have two options. Either we take this boat and we leave right now, or we bloodhound this and we follow their trail.
We follow their trail. We fucked up. We follow their trail.
We saved them for a reason.
All of the people we
tried.
loved, we put on this boat. I'm following the trail.
Accept me. I didn't put anyone on this boat.
I also didn't.
You guys
Brynn,
might not have
Sling, and
anybody that you loved that you put on here. That doesn't matter because we did. All right.
No.
And how would you feel, right, Sky? Tell me this. How would you feel if your sister was alive, right, and your sister was on this
Don't
boat
you
and we were
talk
trying to
about
get
my
her out?
sister like that.
How
Don't
would you
you
feel?
talk like
How would you
that.
feel if she was
Note
alive
this.
and this happened to her?
Are we going to follow this trail or not?
I'm going. I
I'm
don't
going.
care if you come with me.
Send goat, we follow.
Yes.
Go, boy.
All right. All right.
Sling throws him overboard. He goes straight into the water and dies instantly.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Let's be quick about it.
Okay.
Oh, Johnny.
You begin to follow the trail that Hocus has seen and that Sling can also sort of see on the ground.
Well, if she's seeing through goat, which she can, it's clear to her, regardless.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So it's if she is able to, and goat takes off immediately. Like your dire pug just starts running like crazy. Hocus, you watch both in and out of the spirit realm, the ghost field, and you see him disappear off into some buildings not too far off into what's left of the old structures of Northport. So, Sling, describe to me really quickly how it is that you know what goat knows.
Well, mechanically wise, she has an ability that allows her to telepathically have a telepathic link with Goat, so that they share like the same thing. Like he sees what she can see, she sees what he can see, and they can like commune words to each other.
Okay, so when you see that circumstance going on, or like you see him darting through, like you visually, this is what you see. You see him darting through the different buildings because he smells something, his senses, whatever it is that he's attuned to in the ghost field, how he determines things. He's going off and he is darting through a number of different, around different buildings to this one structure, sort of like in the center of these old series of structures from Northport. And he slows down as he gets a little bit tense and really just kind of sniffing up at the air, and you get the sense of that there's a lot of hesitation because there is a lot of something in front of him, like not necessarily just spiritual, but physical as well. There's something holding him back. And so as you all begin to move forward into this, you notice, Hocus, specifically because you are so in tune with what's going on around you, you notice that there are other things in the darkness starting to take interest in you off in the distance. But the Northport is mostly silent. You see a mass of something in the distance, and when you confer back and forth with Sling because of what she's seeing through goats, you realize that you're seeing the mass of whatever it is that's in the distance there. How do you guys proceed with this?
Wait, is Goat taking us to that mass?
You know where he is, and yes, that he is like outside of the building, but he's hesitant to move him inside. Like there's something instinctually that's telling him to wait for you.
Sling will go in.
Are you all going along?
Yeah.
Keep your wits about you. We're being tracked.
I don't know if this is a good idea.
You can wait for us.
Yeah, you can wait. I'm going in. And
I'm going in.
I follow Sling.
I'm not staying out here alone. I'll follow.
You wander into this particular building, and it's some sort of like city, not like a city hall structure, but it's a meeting structure of some kind, right? It's a town hall kind of a setting. So you go in, and there's like a little foyer, and you step inside, and there are all of the people that you saved, all of the people that you told. And I'm going to assume that it's greater than 5, but less than 20. There is a number of them just kind of sitting at pews, and there is one person just kind of up at an altar of some kind and just kind of going through the motions. This is what you see, Hocus. In all of these people, they are possessed. All of them. They are going through the motions of an echo, but they are all possessed. And that what you hear faintly is a town meeting of some kind, a conversation, and it is about the circumstances of, the fact that the port itself is being closed because things are, moving on into Duskfallen proper, whatever the name of the city was prior to it being called Duskfallen, right? So there's just all this kind of activity, right? And so you're watching this, you're hearing faint bits of this, right? The rest of you see just the bodies, besides Sling, you see just the bodies of these people, all upright or doing, and the one person kind of standing in front, motioning and doing this thing. And it's almost like a puppet show because there's nothing actually coming out. Ari hears with her ability just a little bit of that as well, but it's fainter for her. Just tiny bits and pieces, but it's just kind of coming in as, words and what have you. But it is clear that they are reliving an event. And the event is the closing of the old Northport as everything moves to essentially what's called the North Hook Harbor. How do you want to proceed?
Hocus. Hocus, this is what you do, right? You can fix this.
Certainly hope so. I'm gonna lean back to everybody else who can't see this or hear it. They are each and every one possessed.
Grin runs down the aisle. I'm looking for Mercy and Samandra.
Mercy and Samandra are just seated off in one pew, and they're actually sitting together, but they are stone-faced in whatever is going on here. There are emotions playing across their face about whatever this is going on, but you can't hear what's going on. You can only see that emotions are playing on their face, and that the person at the pew is just kind of, or at the altar is just kind of having this conversation.
Hocus, can you?
He puts on his spirit mask and steps to the closest person to him, whoever it to be, and tries to use his ghost charm.
Okay.
To see if, as he approaches, if whoever's possessing this person is nudged out.
No.
Okay.
Because they are reliving the echo. They don't even notice that you're there right now because they are so focused on what's going on. You've seen this before. It's possible for you to nudge them out and do this and save this particular person, but right now you also know that because of they're so tightly focused on playing this echo out, it's going to be difficult.
Right. They are effectively stuck in a loop. I could probably get all of their attention, but you saw what happened the last time I tried that. We got the attention of most of 6 towers. And if I do that again, it won't just be this building. It will be a great deal of things around us.
Does it have to be you that does it?
Effectively. I mean, do you know how to do it?
I'm a quick learner.
All right.
Things
I
are
can
coming
always
anyway.
try.
We've taken the barrier down. Things are coming.
How many people? No more than 20, you said, right?
No more than 20.
No more than 20.
I could always give it a shot, I guess. What's the point in having a voice of ghosts
All right.
if I can't use it at all?
This is incredibly stupid and foolish and foolhardy. That's the only thing I can think of at the moment. We need to get all of these people as close together as we can. All of us. Grab arms around them, circle, and I shall do my best
Okay.
to do what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Ladies
will
and
do that.
gentlemen of the undead.
She can speak to them.
Oh, go ahead, though, if you had something
No,
quickly.
no. You have the ability to speak to ghosts. Go for it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the undead, I realize that you may feel like you have been let down. Believe me, we all feel that way, save maybe for one or two. But we do not wish for this to be the end. We wish for you to join us in any way, shape, or form. If you may just follow us one last time. This may not be the end. Not as you think it or as you know it. So please, come together one last time in hopes that we may actually do by you that we promised to do before this became the answer.
As you say all of that, all eyes, because you're speaking with the ability to speak to ghosts, to communicate, all of them turn and look directly at you. And as all of them directly turn to look at you, they begin to rise a little bit. There is an explosion that happens off in the distance towards the Void Sea.
We don't have much time, so please abide by us now or forever hold your peace.
They're beginning to move towards you, Ari, like in a scary kind of a fashion because you've gotten their attention. What are you doing?
As they get towards her, we all like link hands around. And
Okay.
What I'm going to try to do
Okay.
is to use my ability warded, which you may where is it? You may expend special armor to resist supernatural consequence or to push yourself when you contend with or employ arcane forces. When you use this ability, you take the special armor, blah 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 blah. If you resist the consequences, so basically, what I'm going to try to do is to expand that through all of us who have this ghostly ability, and to effectively squeeze the ghosts, the ones that don't belong there, out.
Okay. So roll it.
I would like to use a crit.
You can totally use a crit because I love where this is coming. All right. So you all begin to link hands. You begin this circumstance, and what does it look like when all of these extra freeloading spirits exit these bodies?
Do you remember near the beginning of the movie The Matrix with Keanu Reeves and all those wonderful people, when he goes to the bar to meet Trinity for the first time, and on one of the TV screens in the background is this weird kind of techno gelatin looking thing that one of the producers, one of the Wachowski brothers, was like, I love that damn thing, I could not stop staring at it. That's basically what it looks like. It's like water and lightning, and not quite lightning, but like the rippling glow of lightning in fog, or buried so deep in a cloud that you can see it cascading, but you can't quite see what it is.
Okay.
And so they just sort of extrude together, squeezed together, and sort of pour up, around, and off of us like a.
So what happens to them once they're pushed out though? Like, are they diminished? Do they have difficulty returning immediately? Is there something that allows you? Okay.
They're disoriented. They're like, wait, this isn't where I was, and they almost like Clav was when he first manifested. They will probably recover faster because they've been in this state longer.
Okay.
They are more and not quite there.
Okay. So as that happens and everybody just kind of goes, all of these spirits just kind of shoot out, right? And they're all kind of like falling back and stunned, and you see them all kind of surrounding. They're all kind of getting their senses. Everybody around you just kind of comes back into reality, and there's a little bit of shocks and surprise and screams. What do you do?
Run.
Go. Run.
Now becomes the train plow as we are all moving. I'm kind of the front of the plow pushing forward.
Sling tells Goat to run in front because he's faster than humans, and just to run and just not stop until he gets to the boat.
Okay, so you all begin to come out. You begin to come out to the building, the town hall, and you hear a little bit of wailing. A little bit. Both Ari, or actually all three, Ari, Lure, Sling, and Hocus, hear a little bit of moaning coming from the spirits that were behind you, the ghosts that are behind you. And you begin to move forward, and you start moving through the buildings. And as you're kind of making your way towards, there's a little bit of a glow that's coming in the direction of the boat. And as you come around a corner, you look, and you're looking down at the docks, and you're looking at the structure of the boat. And what you see is a burning wreckage of the iron ship that you just...
Johnny!
And guess what? That's where we're going to end it.
Yeah!
No, I had...
What did you want to do, Sling?
I was going to use my crit fail.
You can use it next season, because this is the perfect place to end.
But no. But
Yes.
this crit fail, though, it was going to be big.
What was your crit fail going to be?
Do you want me to say what it was going to be if the boat didn't die?
No, the boat is definitely gone.
Yeah, if the boat hadn't gone, Sling's final crit fail would be she didn't make it on the boat, but Goat does.
Oh my God.
So cute.
It breaks my heart so much.
You're welcome.
But I have to stress this enough. The circumstances are the lightning barrier right next to you is down. Right? That's down. Your only escape, the boat, just exploded. Like, it's a smoldering mess sinking into the void sea. So I'm very curious to see what happens to you guys. And I want you to know something. I'm not going to tell you why the boat exploded, but I want you to know it was actually the result of one of your actions. And with that, I think we can move on to XP. Because I don't know if it, to me, it sounds like it was a success and a failure as a score. So I'm willing to do payoff, but I'm not sure that you guys actually succeeded in what you were trying to do.
We have succeeded.
Okay.
We
you
did
have
what we
to
set to do.
Yeah. It's just a matter of we may have gotten a bit more heat than we expected in the form of us not getting away.
So you did not escape. What happens to you guys, we can determine, at the beginning of the next session, for season 2 or what. But it just seemed like too perfect of a place. The boat exploded. You're in Old Northport. You just pushed all these spirits out, and there are other things attracted to you. So I figured leaving you there was the perfect place to go into season 2.
And now you have to wait like 3 weeks.
Yeah, now you have to wait like 3 weeks.
So do you.
2 weeks.
And now Sling lives as well.
Well, Sling and Goat are still together, right? But you're now essentially in the Deadlands. You're in Northport. You've got to make it back into the city for safety.
Luckily,
And
we
it's
didn't
not
put our goats
that
on the boat yet.
And you've got your cart, right? So the circumstances could be you all get back in the cart and you fight your way back through whatever.
Luckily, none of us stayed, I guess, because otherwise we would have been blown up with our ship.
Poor Hocus. Okay.
The cart is well and good, but we have 20 people. We have 20 people to escort.
That's correct.
Fuck them.
No, I was. There was a spider that for like the last 20 minutes has been just crawling up and down the side of my Pokemon. So I was like, okay, fine, you can go outside. Come on.
Can we just get in the car, go to the normal docks, get on another boat, and leave?
You can try to get to the city, but your only entry into the city at this point is now being surrounded by fire brigades trying to figure out, and spark rights trying to figure out how it fucking blew up.
I mean, what a shame. Bye to the boats.
Okay, guys, let's do payoff. You guys are not going to face heat or entanglements this time around because it's the end of the season. I don't want to put you guys under any undue extra because you already are in some pretty terrible circumstances.
I was like, hello, have you seen the end of this game?
But this is a circumstance where you get payoff. So it's 2 rep by default. How you also took on the spark rights. So let me double check my list of where they are.
I think they're tier 2.
They are tier 4.
See, exactly what I said.
Exactly. So spark rights are tier 4. That means that you get an additional 3 reps. So that's 5 rep to start off with. All right. Now, coin. This is a pretty big score for you guys, but it also left you in a position where you're really kind of screwed. So, how much do you guys really genuinely think you deserve?
I mean,
we're dead anyway. Who cares how rich we are?
No, you're not dead. Actually, some of you have a better chance of survival than others in this particular case, but
We did a shit ton at least.
you did.
I think we deserve the equivalent value of White Crown.
All right. You get 10 coin.
See, that's close to what
Great.
I said.
We're gonna have to work on dividing up that coin because we can't hold all of that.
You're right, but you've also increased your stash. So there's all right. So with that rep, do you increase your how much are you left to increase to the next tier? Because you went strong at the beginning of this.
We're 5 away from increasing our tier.
Okay, great. So with all that in mind, let's go to individual XP. Who wants to start?
I need to pee, so somebody else go first.
I'll go. So
Okay.
desperate actions. Did I roll any of those?
You did 1.
Okay.
I believe it was. Oh God! Now I need to look at your character sheet. Hold on a second.
Consort. I think consort
Yes.
was only kind of okay. And then challenge with calculation or conspiracy. I'd say yeah. I'd call that 2 probably, right?
Absolutely.
And then beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. 2
Yes.
for reasons. And then struggle with issues for my vice or trauma.
I don't think you did, unless you want to count. No, I don't think you did.
Yeah. I'd say not.
Okay. All right, so that's 5. All right, who wants to go next?
I can.
Okay.
Hang on, sorry, I'm very disorientated.
You're tired. I get that. I'm sorry.
I haven't done any desperate actions today, have I?
No.
No. Cool. Tracking or violence? I'd say the violence, yes, of blowing up the tower, and the tracking, yes, of tracking the tower.
Tracking the tower and tracking the people. Absolutely.
Drives, heritage, and background. I think the whole thing of blowing up the tower, yes, and maybe sending that letter.
Yes. I actually thank you for reminding me. I got to create you a handout for that. So that's 2 as well.
And then issues from the vice. Thanks to Hocus, yes.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Cheers. So I think that's 5.
That is 5.
Cool. Oh, I level up again. Yay.
Very cool. Okay, so who's next? Grin or Hocus?
I'll go.
Okay.
No desperate action. Violence and coercion. I didn't get into a fight this week. The only thing I can think that might be coercion related is when trying to secure the explosives.
I think that definitely falls in. Absolutely. Because
yeah, you command. Yeah. So that's one.
Okay.
Beliefs, drives, heritage, and background. Several things there. A bit more of Jinx Godefur, his interaction with Samandra. I revealed a little bit more about Mercy. And again, talking about the Unity War some more. I think there's 2 points in there.
Absolutely.
And then my Vice didn't come up. So
okay,
that's only 3.
All right. Sounds good. Hocus.
Desperate actions. I believe I had 2. One for prowess and one for resolve.
You had one for attune,
and the one for finesse when I was fighting the guy.
Okay, sure. You didn't roll it as finesse. You didn't roll it as desperate, but yeah, I remember that. So absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
So, knowledge arcade power, yeah, 2. Because there were probably a lot more than 2, but
There were a lot of ghosts. A lot
Yes.
of ghosts.
two would be the maximum I could take in that. Beliefs, drives, heritage, background, yeah. 2 for that because there was a lot of that. Struggle with issues of my vice or traumas.
Yep.
Yeah, but is that 1 or 2?
Well, you dealt with the circumstances in the town hall in Old Northport. That's 1. You also did a couple of attuning that should have, shooken you to your core. Being on the ship was one of those situations, and the other one I think was you did something else attune wise. What was
I
it?
can only get 2, so
Yeah, so two there as well. All right. Okay. Lastly is Ari.
Well, I definitely addressed a few challenges with deception or influence, both on my behalf and others.
Absolutely. So that's 2.
I think I also expressed my beliefs, heritage, or background in the form of 1, trying to get my people of my past involved in getting off the island, as well as when I took the beating for everybody else, I decided to let rip the history of everyone.
Okay. Yep, absolutely.
Struggled with your vice or traumas. I don't know whether necessarily being beaten for information would count as a trauma, but I definitely didn't deal with my vice.
Okay. Yeah, your vice is pleasure, so it doesn't necessarily seem like it applies. And
Not in this situation. I could argue that it does a little bit of pain for pleasure, but I don't think it really does.
All right. So we'll call that 4. Crew, real quick. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Overall, that just means I've leveled up again, so that means I get to put a point into anything I want.
We can talk about it quickly off. If it's the XP playbook or the generic playbook XP thing, it would be a special ability. If it's one of your attributes, then it would be the learning of an additional pip in one of your actions. So, and I'll talk to you about that offline so that we can get through this quickly. All right, crew.
All right. In terms of the crew, execute smuggling or acquire new clients or contraband sources. I'd say the explosive guy is kind of a new contraband source.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
New clients, maybe potentially that guy who sent me a letter. I don't know if he's a client or not, but
he's not a client, but he is a new source of information.
Okay.
Or no, that doesn't really work for you, does it? Or does that?
clients or contraband sources. So unless he's a source of contraband.
No, he's not a source of contraband. Not yet, at least.
Not yet.
Not yet, at least.
Okay.
Right.
Then just the one for the
Okay.
thing.
Contend with talents above your current station. I think you guys did that a couple of times.
Bolster crew's reputation or develop a new one. Let's say we might have a bit of a reputation. Our previous reputation was professional, I believe. I don't think that's quite the same anymore.
Yeah, I think that's 2.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure we're much smugglers anymore either.
No.
We haven't done many smugglings in a while.
We tried to smuggle some people.
We smuggled, explosives into the tower. And
Does that
now
actually
We
count
want-
as a successful smuggling mission, actually, for another point in that? Smuggling the
Oh, yeah.
explosives or smuggling the people?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Because you got them successfully out. So I think that definitely counts as a smuggling operation.
Okay.
Except for the people.
Yeah,
Apparently,
Well,
we
no,
didn't
we got
successfully
them
smuggle them
out
out.
of the city
You did.
through their
boats, you know.
deaths.
No, they're fine. They're right there
Almost.
with us. We got them out. Well, they got the ghosts
Oh,
out.
I'm pissed.
We've got
I'm
one of the
pissed.
leaders of the Imperial Army. I think we'll be fine.
Ari is pissed. She's so pissed.
Yeah.
But we'll have to leave that till next month.
Uh-huh. I can't wait.
Me neither. And express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew, too.
Yeah, I definitely think that you guys at least try to do your best there. So
All right, so that's another crew advancement.
event.
Yeah.
Sweet. That means I think you got 2 now, right? You've got 2 to spend.
We use our last ones before.
Okay. All right. And with that, that's it. That's all she wrote for the season. So I'm gonna pass it back on to Speedy.
God, yeah, that has been season 1 of 6 and 20 Phantom. Whew. Let's go ahead and go around to the cast and ask what they thought. Let's start with Trendane.
I'm Trendane. Madam Gandalf? No.
Do you want to talk about
I'm
what
Madam
you thought?
Gandalf. Owlbare?
What did I thought? I thought this was going to end up a lot worse.
Me too.
I honestly thought this was going to end up a lot worse. I was absolutely convinced that by the end of this episode, this season, that Hocus would be dead. Granted, it may be 15 minutes into season 2 that he winds up dying, but still, he's not dead right now. So,
Yeah, I was also very surprised with how well this went. I was almost hoping for everyone to die. Not really though.
well, you are. I mean, that's Sky's thing, hoping for everybody.
You sadist!
What can I say?
not suffer and die. Just
Maybe
die.
suffer a little bit.
Okay, maybe suffer a little bit, like those kids at the base of the tower. It's what they get.
They had
They
it coming.
kids to work.
To be fair, okay, as sad as it is that kids were going to die, our plan would be having them die anyway.
That was going to be the
was the
first
intention.
moment somebody was going to say, "We can't do this." It'd be like, "No, we knew this was going to happen. Get in the damn cart. We're gone."
Always in the plan.
That was going to be the 1st words I know. All right, so Madam Gandalf, go.
Hi.
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 How's it going? All right, I'm Madam Gandalf. I've done this before, but you may know me as Madam Gandalf on many different platforms as Madam Gandalf. Today, here, I have been Ari for you, and this is the most makeup I have ever worn in my life, so please do not judge me by today's episode when it comes to appearance.
Slayed.
Damn, girl, damn.
I don't do this. I feel so cake-faced. I'm ready to just everything off. Oh, look, there you go. See, it's starting to spread. I'm so ready to get this off. I am not used to this, but thank you everybody so much for being here for this spectacular final episode. So much that I think I was the opposite end of the scale. I thought so much more was going to go right. Because for once we
Aw.
actually like all talked and planned.
We had a plan for
Had a plan.
once.
We don't often get the time to plan because there's so little time between the two episodes, and so we actually had planned. We had discussed. And it still didn't go to plan or discussion. So that's such a huge bummer, but it's so good for the story. And so I'm so excited for next season because I know that there are so many other things planned and there are so many more exciting things coming ahead in season 2. So can't wait to be a part of it with all of you.
Technically, we blew up the lightning tower and we got a bunch of people out of Duskfallen on a boat.
I didn't save humans. I didn't get to save humans. That's all I wanted was to save like 2 humans, and those 2 humans didn't get to live, and so I'll be not I be pissed, but Ari be pissed.
They're alive.
If you wanted to
In
save
Ghost
humans, you probably
Storm.
shouldn't have started this whole thing in the first place.
Well, that's why, like, story-wise, I'm like excited. Personally, oh no, sorry, other way around. Personally, I'm excited because, like, story-wise, this is amazing. Character-wise, I'm fucking pissed. Let's see what happens in season 2. Your turn, Owlbare, bear of owls, or yes.
Eh.
The RP hangover is going to be strong.
Yeah, maybe.
Holy crap! This game. I didn't think that it was going to go swimmingly, but I thought we might pull it off somehow. I did not.
I was with you.
I didn't expect the whole Mercy Samandra thing to happen. Kudos, Madame Gandalf. I did not. God damn it!
I don't think anybody expected her to be Irish. And a really feisty Irish person that's one.
I gotta say time out for just a second. I gotta jump in just because of this. You guys do amazing things sometimes that I get completely blown away with. You will jump in and start playing the NPCs just a little bit, and it's so beautiful to watch it happen naturally. I mean, it goes from me being GM and kind of halfway running the show to becoming this wonderful participant that just wants to go like this the entire time. I just want to watch.
I'm promising myself that in season 2, I will try to jump in as NPCs because it's brilliant. It's just amazing.
Oh, Trendane's done it so much. Suddenly there was
I've done it twice.
That's twice more than the rest of us. So I was just like, I heard a vagina talking, and I was like, hey, I can do that.
Where was I?
Saying thank you.
Yeah, actually, big thank yous. Thank you to you guys. You're a wonderful crew. Johnny, you're an amazing GM. Thank you to the Shroud for all the teasing that goes back and forth between the two crews. It really is like that off scene as well. We hate each other.
It's true. We can't stand each other. None of us talk after stream for hours on end about how Speedy should not move in with random people in New York or anything like that.
Yeah, we leave the call immediately and never talk to each other.
Away from the screen for a while.
I never spend hours talking to Slade in private chats where I try desperately not to hit on him. But anyway, go ahead.
And I never spend hours trying to put in my restraining order against Mike. That restraining order's coming.
It is. From all of us, Mike. From all of us.
Everyone's like, have you got my letter? Have you got my letter?
Yeah.
Well, now, Mike,
He's gonna have a
have you
hard
got
time at TwitchCon.
Have you got my letter, Mike?
TwitchCon.
None of us,
my letter.
We're all going to just be
TwitchCon,
like,
when we at
Mike.
LARP, the goal is going to be to assassinate Mike.
Wait, are we gonna LARP? Are we gonna dress up as our characters at TwitchCon?
Oh,
I didn't do it today. I'm not going to do it there because I'm not going to be there either. But you know,
There's a haunted boat there, I hear.
There is a haunted boat, the
Haunted
Queen
boat
Mary.
party.
We're going to the. At least I know I'm going to the ghost
Blow up
party.
the boat.
I am totally going to the Queen Mary because it's fun.
Yeah, so that's likely a thing. Anyways, Owlbare, you were talking.
yeah.
We love you, Joff!
My name is
His
Joff.
name is Joff!
You can find me on Twitter and here on Twitch as Owlbare. That's bear as in, not as in. And that's all you're going to get from me until the next season. Goodbye, Lulu.
Hello. Hello, I'm Lulu, also known as Louise, also known as AccidentalLegend here on Twitch, and no more, no less on Twitter. That's more spelled MOORE, not more as in MRORE. I know spelling. I'm an English person. I study English. Okay. It hasn't dawned on me yet that this is the end of the season and that next week we're not going to be doing this again. It hasn't dawned on me yet, and I know when it does, that's going to be sad. Because I'm going to miss this. I'm going to miss it. It's got 3 weeks and I'm going to miss this. This 6 and 20 is to me what lore is to Sling, and that's the best way I can describe it. I love all you guys so much. Yeah, and the thing I will end on, Mike, have you got my letter?
But do you have a gun?
I have guns.
Remember that time you shot a goat? Or tried to?
Almost shot a goat.
I almost shot a goat.
I was expecting,
There was goat-inflation going on,
I was expecting her to ricochet it off the cobblestones and hit the driver. I was like, that would have been cool.
That would have been cool.
Then mention that next time.
Why didn't you do that?
You guys forgot the cinematics.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Just do it. Just do it.
We'll do that in season 2.
I already have a scene planned for like the beginning of season 2. So
Does it
you guys
involve
better. No, well, it involves Speedy. So there you go. Season 2 is already
I also have
opening
something in
drama.
planned that will probably change everything.
Well, my plan was to die, and that didn't work out.
Mine also was probably to die.
I thought I was going to get murdered, admittedly. So, especially with how everybody else told me I was going to get murdered. So, I'm kind of glad that Ari hasn't been murdered yet. I will include a yet. My hopes are that she won't. I like Ari. Please don't go for Ari. You already killed Clav. That's more of a plea to Mike. Mike, please. You've already hurt my heart. Don't hurt my body and soul too. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of things.
There's so much going on. Johnny, do you want to talk a little bit about you and your channel and what's going on tomorrow there?
I'm so exhausted. I'm just going to plug. Tomorrow we're going to talk about at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do something new called Talks in the Dark. It's going to be Speedy, myself, and Mike. We're going to get together and we're going to talk about season 1, talk about the announcements for season 2. We're going to talk about other little things that are going on. And I extended this to you guys all privately in chat. I'm going to say it again publicly. Any of you guys want to join us tomorrow? Hang out on stream and talk about this stuff? We'll fit as many people we can on stream, like on screen.
I have a question.
Yep.
Is this going to be live streamed, or are you just getting in a room together to talk?
They live on New York and Boston, and I live in the Bay Area, like not even an hour from you. So no, we're not going to get into a room and just talk. We're going to actually stream it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like I said, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern on my channel. We're going to do that. Is that clear enough? Can I answer any questions?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I mean, yes, it's clear enough, but no, you don't have to answer. Go ahead.
I just want to say, guys, I knew what each crew was planning for their finales. I knew where you guys were going. There are things that surprised me in both cases. This one surprised me more only because of how you reacted to a couple of things. The cliffhanger was not planned by me. I expected you guys actually to get successful and get off on the boat. But given the time constraints and everything else, I think you guys played it beautifully. And I feel bad leaving you guys on a cliffhanger.
Oh, you don't?
Oh, I
you
absolutely,
don't.
I absolutely do. And here's why. Because you don't know why it's a cliffhanger. You don't know
couldn't tell.
why the circumstances that played out the way they did. And I
I
can't
can't
wait till
figure
you
it
find out.
I hate you, Johnny.
I'm so upset.
Not like it's obvious or anything. Gosh. But anyways.
Oh
So-
yeah, remember that time flashback? I put some explosives on the boat, and they had their own timer. That was it. Oh, I shouldn't have put those explosives on the boat. Oh,
Maybe
my
you guys
bad.
should have done all that planning in the you know, in the middle of like that carriage space. You know, that it was a friend of. No, that's not what happened at all. I guarantee you, when you find out, you're gonna love and hate it. But with all of that,
As I do with everything in this show.
I
I'm gonna
love
hand
and
it back
hate
off to-
nothing. I am an emotionless human
You
being
remember
now.
when you said you were just going to plug tomorrow, and that was all you're going to do? Speedy, go.
Yeah.
what are you trying to say?
You're looking the wrong way. I'm over here.
What?
Sorry, I think my cat's like meowing really loudly right now.
It's okay.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming out here and everything. You guys, this cast, you guys are awesome. I cannot thank you enough for being here. We will be back for season 2 in 3 weeks. What was the date we're starting? August 7th?
It's the
Ooh,
week.
quick
Second
thing.
week of August.
I've spoken to this about to Speedy into the cast, but I won't be here for the first episode.
Okay.
Why do you have to spoil it, Luis?
Well, you know, people need to know these things.
Well, we might have
I
to reschedule
don't.
just to make sure that you can participate. I don't know if I can solve that problem.
But yeah, thank you all for being here. Like Johnny said, go follow his channel. Go over there tomorrow, where we'll be talking about Blades in the Dark. We'll be talking about this entire series, how it all came together and everything, and how goddamn awesome it is. We'll also be announcing the winner of our giveaway. If you guys haven't gotten in on that, the link is in chat right now. Make sure you're entered. We're giving away a copy of this system, Blades in the Dark, which we have been able to have so much fun in the world of. So I cannot recommend the system enough. But yeah, you guys crushed it. Crushed that finale. I can't stand this cliffhanger. But let's go ahead and let's end things off like we usually do with a raid. I'm gonna send some love over tonight to someone who I haven't stopped by in a while, but good friend of mine, Madam Gandalf, you know him, Lantheos.
Lantheos! I love Lantheos!
Yeah.
I've had many foods with him IRL, and he's lovely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why food was the particular thing, but I'm always thinking about food. Just Lantheos is lovely.
Agreed. But yeah, so the link is in chat for that. Go ahead, copy paste the raid call. We're gonna go over there, spam his channel, show him some love from the 6 and 20 crew. Thank you guys all for coming out here. We'll see you next time. And as always,
Louise, go wash your face.
I forgot I have to get this off.
as always,
Oh god.
don't forget to take it slow. We'll see you in season 2. Bye.
Am I weirdly waving to myself
Just
again?
waving to nothing.